Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tuesday night here. Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live. We're going to have a nice little action-packed special Tuesday night 5/5/10 PLO live stream. Here I got Eddie the Asian Sensation in the booth, along with Mr. Matt Kohn, back-to-back weekends guest commentating.
How's it going?
Miss Stacy in the box. Mr. Terrell going to be switching off every hour. Got Miss Katie going to be running Action Tracker for us this evening, so look forward to the action tonight. Matt.
How's it going tonight?
Yeah, what do you expect for tonight?
Oh.
Now we're back. That's perfect.
I expect no shortage of action tonight, Eddie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun, action-filled night.
Yeah, I got some returning players. Got Michael Franklin in the one seat. Rick's gonna be back as normal. Some new players. Simon in the 3 seat. Jermane coming back in the 4 seat. Chris Cole, who is not quite here just yet. Well, he's actually here now physically, but again, with us being on the delay, you won't see him on that. You're in for another 10-15 minutes. I got Chris in the 6 seat. 2 Chris's back-to-back in the 5-6 seat. J-Ma puts this game together in the 7 seat. Auntie in the 8 seat with a nice little hat that I could never pull off myself. And of course, Bingo Ben in the 9 seat, one of our favorite action-packed players here. Again, this is a 1 to 2K match to stack. Again, with some of these players, I would imagine some of these pots getting big. From what I saw earlier during the 15-minute delay when I was watching some stuff live out on the floor, looks like it was getting action-packed. So we're going to get underway, action underway. Again, the straddle is on this hand. It's a 5-5-10, 3-blind game. 20 is on.
20 to come in, that's correct. And there's re-straddles options, correct?
Correct. So
awesome.
No button straddle, multiple straddles, live straddles, as long as under the gun it goes forward.
Right. So they can opt to re-straddle. So this game will be playing big at some point, for
especially
sure.
with the match to stack feature.
Yeah. Get it into it here.
And we've talked about this in the past before. Dang it. I meant to do the 4-color deck. Let me see if I can change to the 4-color deck. I knew I missed something in the setup. Looks like we're getting multi-way into this flop. Michael here.
Pots it with the dry ace. He's trying to rip this one through. Assuming nobody can have a nut hand right now. And let's see. Looks like it's going to work well. Michael might call with his top set of 9s, trying to pair the board. Nope, he gets it through.
Michael taking down the first. So Michael is retired now, and he does race horses.
Okay.
So
like Lone Star or?
No, like Breeders' Cup.
Okay. Okay.
Like Breeders' Cup. So he was telling me he leaves tomorrow for Oaklawn, which is one of those horse track casinos in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Is that one of the Triple Crowns?
No, it's not. It's like the Breeders is. So it's Kentucky, Preakness, and I think Breeders.
Is it Breeders? Yeah, it's Preakness, Kentucky. Is that? I guess that's right. I knew a guy once who tried to get me into horse racing, and I never really cared to study it, so to speak.
Yeah, so I know he took some of my friends down, took their little daughter down to go see the horses, and they got like up close front, face-to-face action with the race horses. That's kind of cool. So
I had a friend who invited my girlfriend and I out to like a suite at Lone Star to watch a race.
Nice.
Like less than a year ago. That was some fun.
You're lifting them this way, I can see. I'm folding this down, but I saw.
There we go, next hand.
and we've talked about this last week. We're gonna have a lot of multi-way flops, a lot of limp calls type scenarios. Simon here getting into the action. Little rundown hand double suited.
Indeed. Uh-oh, bingo bams. Aces.
Yeah, but not
suited.
Not suited, and his other cards aren't the best cards to go with his aces. So, see if he's gonna come in for the three bet.
Looks like he's counting out a potential raise here. Indeed, I think that is a raise. Raises to 220.
July 8th, that's what the
So what are your thoughts? Okay, playing unsuited aces with your other two cards. Not, I mean, his other two cards could be worse, but they're not.
Yeah, they're
great
not
either.
terrible. I mean, he's 8-7 suited. Definitely, straight possibilities with that hand.
Yeah, and I think part of that was just to get it heads up to isolate Simon, which he does.
If you're playing aces unsuited, it plays much better heads up as opposed to multi-way, for sure.
Especially being out of position.
Exactly. So now he has his aces working for him. Now he has a straight draw. Jack or 6 would make him a straight.
Yeah, but
Simon flopped it though.
Yeah, with the
10 high
bottom
straight.
end. And this is traditionally not a good board for Bingo Ben as a 3-better out of position.
He still bets it though. It's interesting to see what Simon's going to do with the bottom side of this straight. It's a rainbow board.
He has no diamond. He doesn't have. He has the backdoor heart, but it's only 6-side backdoor.
Yeah, he's probably just thinking, okay, if I'm going to play this, do I have the best hand? If I don't, I should probably just get out now because nothing good is going to happen from his hand going forward. He's not going to make a queen high straight or anything of that. So it's either it's good here and I'm going to play it aggressively, or I just need to dump it right now.
Bingo Ben here gets raised. It's going to be tough for him to make the call here.
It will.
Let's see what he's going to opt to do.
He has a straight draw himself, but he knows he could already be basically drawing dead if his opponent has queen jack.
Yeah.
It's an interesting situation to see what he's going to opt to do. But I think he's going to get away from this personally, but we will see.
And his backdoor diamonds aren't very strong.
Yeah.
All right, already action from the new players. Again, 3 new players on this stream. We got Simon in the 3 seat, Chris Coles, who there he is right there with the blue cap and the red t-shirt, going to be sitting down in the 5 seat, and then Auntie in the 8 seat, making their Poker House live stream debut this Tuesday. Again, this game is usually on a Thursday, but got a special live stream coming up this week. This Thursday is going to be a 10 quarter with a quarter big blind Annie.
Is that what you want to do?
I will put that up on the screen.
What day is that, Eddie, you said again?
It's going to be Thursday.
This Thursday coming up. Okay.
So it's going to be a 10 quarter with a quarter big blind Annie uncapped.
All righty.
So apparently I just did something incorrectly.
Uh-oh.
We still got the live stream, so
We'll move on to the next hand here in the meantime. Hand number 3.
Is your first string, Chris? Huh? Is your first string?
Yeah.
Okay. So the scanner only scans when all 4 cards are in the box at the same time.
good job,
And you want
Rick
to have
Alvarado.
He's explaining the rules, making sure the newbie feels welcome to the live stream.
sometimes they might tell you over here to rescan.
Go.
As far as buying
All spades on this flop.
2K, but match the stack, so
2 flushes.
so in an hour, everybody's
Bingo Ben flops 7 high flush, and Michael flops the king high flush.
Kind of made myself nervous for half a second there.
Everything good?
Yeah, everything's
All right,
good. We're about to find out about the check. I accidentally deleted something incorrectly, and I was like, Bingo Ben here. Let's see.
Yep.
Michael pretty much with the effective nuts.
If somehow Bingo Ben can catch that miracle 6 of spades, he will make an 8 high straight flush and can still steal this. But as you can see, the board does not pair spades run out as the best hand possible. Michael opting to bet this. He's going to bet 300. And he's going to win that pot.
Pretty action-packed so far.
Yeah, especially with the restraddle options and feature, it's going to make the game play a lot bigger. No doubt. Eddie, you played any PLO cash games relatively recently, or any?
So I'll play we run a weekly or a daily. It hasn't been running the past few days. I'll play 2-5 round of each.
Yeah.
Match to stack, and I'll play that every once in a while. In terms of playing strictly PLO, I'm still kind of. I'm not as good as these players, but I'm better than most.
Nah, I understand.
Most
no,
players,
absolutely.
So I'm good enough to be dangerous, and also like commentating and watching these live streams actually helps my game because, like I said,
it's where you learn, right?
Yeah.
Who was in that game? I got in and then.
But it's also a little tougher too because like the majority of these players are competent players.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
I hate saying this as a commentator, but a lot of the players that play like the regular floor, they're just not very good. So it's like they don't understand.
You can tell people play with some more leaks in their game.
Right, and so sometimes it's kind of like even at lower stakes, like fundamentally, yeah.
Bingo Ben once again gets aces, but neither one of them are suited, and he has more or less a Badoogie in his hand. Not technically, but with his paired aces, but no suited cards in that hand.
Look at this hand though, Simon. Also with the other aces,
and he does have suited ace in clubs.
He's gonna repot this. He's at least single suited. Auntie's probably. I don't know. I like Auntie's hand. He's got.
Yeah.
To a 4-bet though, it's gonna be tough for him to make the call.
It's probably. I'd be surprised if he calls. It's not a bad hand to play like if you're in the big blind and it's just like one small bet so you can close the action. But that might be a stretch because he calls and he might get squeezed in between. And he probably would get squeezed between Bingo Ben and Simon.
Here we go. We got all-ins here. Are very similar equities between Bingo Ben and Simon.
I would still give the 7-6 probably plays a little better because it's closer for the straights, but
Going with diamonds.
Bingo Ben takes a big hit because he paired a 6, so now he can catch a 7, make 2 pair, he can catch a 6, a scoop, and no, it's going to be a chop.
Yeah, interesting run out. Like pretty dry run out. Both players picking up about $50 a piece. So Bingo Ben dodging a little bit of a bullet here. Yeah, Rick saying he was getting ready to reload and add on. That's what. So, kind of like when I put these lineups together. A, I like action, and B, like you have to come with multiple bullets.
Yeah.
Kind of like I think, or at least add-ons or whatnot.
You can't just fire one bullet. I mean, you can lose that within the first 30 minutes of the live stream.
Yeah.
We got 4 hours to fill, so.
We don't want another Mike Costa league.
No, it's got a lot of sports going.
No, you can get up as often as you want.
We can.
No, I haven't played a whole lot of straight PLO recently either. But for years, like I said, I played in that WinStar game where it was a round of each. So it was all 4-card. It was high and high and low. So you had to pay particularly attention to that one seat when it switched. Otherwise, you can end up playing a game that could be very could end up hurting your feelings, so to speak.
I'm sure. So like she managed to make it without my sureness, but
Multiple times, yeah.
yeah, but if it was all legit, it wouldn't go up and down like this. It would be more consistent. It would be. It's kind of after the fact made up excuse more than straight story.
4 players going to a flop. Michael flopping Jackson 6s. He got the best piece. And as Jackson 6s got counterfeited when the 9 paired on the turn.
Michael here. Oh, Jermane getting there.
Gets there. He was going for the straight draw, but he'll take the top pair and the best hand to take the pot.
Yeah, 2 pair for Jermane. Queens and 9s up. 10 kicker. Okay, your favorite game is what again? We talked about this last week.
I enjoy playing stud high-low.
Stud
Yeah,
high-low.
that's probably my favorite game.
I want to get a lower stakes mixed game, like a 10-20.
Yeah, I think that 10-20 would be perfect, actually. 10-20.
Because you can buy in for 500, like 200 to 400, 500.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you can still dunk it off, but it's harder to dunk it off in limit. Although I've seen people dunk it off in limit.
It goes faster than you think, even in a limit game. If you think, oh, it's just, there's only so much I can lose this one hand. That is true,
right?
But you play 4 or 5 of those hands in a row, and you max bets on all the streets, and then before you know it, it's just all your money can just be gone.
Some girls like play some streams. I guess she was taken up.
I do appreciate Chris Cole's T-shirt there with the Major League reference to Wild Thing. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, what a great movie.
Yeah, that definitely had some gems in it for sure.
Okay, are you a sports guy yourself?
Mostly hockey these days, but yeah, I am.
I've never gotten into hockey myself.
I know, being from Texas, not everybody's from hockey.
Right.
But
In Dallas, it makes a little more sense because you got the Stars up here, but down south in Houston, it's like we did have an AHL team, like the Houston. Gosh, I don't remember what they're. Houston Arrows.
Yeah, the regional hockey team.
Yeah.
Right.
It was like the minor league. Version.
Right. It'd be like the Fort Worth Bruins, essentially equivalent down there in Houston. Yeah.
All right, 5-5-8 board with Doogie. No one with a 5 in their hand.
I don't see one.
Ante currently with the best hand with just aces.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to check around. Yeah, 7 of diamonds brings in some straights. Does anybody get there with straight?
Chris Coles did. He made 9 high straight, 9-6.
No,
But-
Rick has diamonds though.
Does have diamonds. We'll see how this one goes from here.
I think Chris is probably going to make the call here.
I think he will too, actually. No one seemed to really have any interest in that flop.
Let's see if Rick's going to go into check call mode here. If the diamond doesn't come
It's
up.
interesting what this river card is going to be, whether it's going to be a diamond or like just an offsuit, like,
It's kind of a relative.
I don't think that 9 particularly scares Chris, but we'll see how it happens.
So getting very pretty close to pot here. He's representing a hand like 8-5, 8's full 5s. Yeah, he's going to get Chris to fold here, which is straight on a paired board.
Yeah, it was a good bet. He got that one through.
With 500, the first 500.
Yeah, talking about the new TCH Los Colinas, they're going to be opening up tomorrow, the first day. So good luck to them over there. I know a lot of those guys over there, so heard it was a beautiful room.
How many tables are there? 20 tables?
Something like that.
Very nice.
Do you think there's going to be a line? I think maybe. My plan is to get there 1 hour early. 1 hour early?
Oh my gosh.
Hold on.
Yeah. Rick is like the guy that goes to like Chick-fil-A when they open up to try to get free Chick-fil-A for life.
Yeah. Are they doing some kind of promotion for their opening day? I guess so, right?
Yeah, they have a bunch of promos for tomorrow and whatnot, so.
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
Like I said, it's just, I'm going to swing by if there's a line.
we'll see how crazy it is, and I'm sure we'll hear about it one way or the other.
That's the plan.
But I mean, you're driving far, so I mean, if you might as well try to get there early and get the.
Yeah.
Moving on to hand number 7.
Yeah, we're getting the hands in pretty quickly this.
I mean, honestly,
I did think of that.
as far as you live.
Sorry, it's hard to hear on this.
First 500.
It's a big tournament cost, you're right? That's like 4 or 5 days.
Oh, Ray's coming in. Is that Chris raising? Chris raises it up with the 10-10-5-4 double suited.
Those are hands that can function really well as like a squeeze.
Yeah. I assume he did that from. He's on the dealer button, correct? No, he's.
Like the middle, if he had like middling, like
Oh no, he's into the. He's got the third blind, so yeah, he's relatively would be in first position, playing first part.
work a ton when the 3-bet's only to 100 or raised to 100. You know, if it's like a 3-bet to like 600,
Yeah.
probably ISO. All right, butter source king here.
Chris actually flops a straight draw. He's up and down, and ace or 6 would still give him a nut hand right now.
He said this isn't the new iPhone. Guaranteed it's 500.
And Jermane folds the king, top pair of kings, and Chris takes down the pot.
You know his favorite hand?
I don't know if they're him, I know him.
All right, this Thursday, special live stream. 10 quarter, 25 big blind ante, uncapped. We can have Jaywin, Carlos Cortez, OFC, JD playing that live stream. A couple other players that are going to be hopping in playing that game. Jaywin's on his way up to Choctaw to play the main event this weekend. Again, if you guys are unfamiliar with Jaywin, he plays a lot at the lodge down there. They're big stakes, high cash games, and also one of the coaches on pokercoaching.com. So he and I have developed a pretty neat relationship. When he comes up this way to Dallas, tries to come up here like once a month. So putting together a little big, nice little stream for Jaywin this Thursday. Going to be mixing up the schedule. This is kind of like the idea I have for our schedule. Like Friday's going to be 2-5 matches stacked.
Okay.
And then Saturday's going to be our standard 5-5-10. So, what days do you normally work during the week?
It's been changing. I was originally just working like a Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, but coming up here, I've been scheduled all kind of just random days.
Yeah,
everything
picking
from
up shifts and
Monday, Thursday, all some days that I normally wasn't working. Simon races with like an 8-high rundown, 8-7-6-4, decent hand.
Four ways to this flop. Interesting flop here.
Simon probably does like that flop. He's got top pair, low cards. He's got straight draws in there.
This is a board he could potentially attack. Let's see if he does, especially having you check to him. A 3/4 pot bet. All right, they kicked on the AC. I feel it. I feel it.
Yeah, we're not going to cook in here? Is
Not going to cook in here.
All right. It's getting hot outside anyways.
So would you ever play on any of these live streams games?
Yeah, I would. I mean, if I get, I've never played live before, or on a live stream
On a
before,
live stream, yeah.
so that would be a unique experience for me as well, but I'm not opposed to it.
Tuesday, probably not. Thursday, probably.
Jermane turns top 2 aces and 7s. I'm sure he has to have a slightly worried about a wheel being made.
Way easier for me to get here.
Terrible twos, but from what I hear, it's more like terrible threes.
I don't think Simon will continue. Just
Now with that ace.
that ace is really, I think that ace just really hurts his hand.
Yeah.
And he knows it.
I might start over and have a couple more twos.
What's going to be your second?
Second, yeah.
It's going to be your second.
Have you actually ever played a live stream before?
So I played a lot of the earlier streams early on just to fill seats.
Okay.
When we couldn't get anybody in, so I
Yeah.
played the 1-2, 1-3. I played a few of the 2-5 just to fill a seat, and then like somebody I was trading on Action Tracker, Run Tracker, Eric would be in the booth, or they would switch out kind of thing, and so
Yeah.
I played probably once a week early on when the stream was terrible.
No.
when the production quality was terrible.
Hey, it's
just to
that
get it
learning
done.
curve. You know,
Yeah.
you gotta, you can't polish it from the get go. You gotta work into it.
I'd like to jump into like a 2-5 one.
2-5 hold'em.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From a bankroll standpoint, that's like I feel comfortable on those stakes. 5-5-10, like with the straddle, like the 5-5-10 because it plays
Oh,
like 10.
this is above my means too. I don't know if I can do the 5-5-10 with the unlimited restraddles.
Yeah, so we talked about doing like a smaller PLO to entice some players slightly more.
Yeah. I mean, 2-5 would be probably fine. Like on the 1-2-5, I never really understood that because it's kind of like it ends up playing like a 2-5 anyway.
Right.
Like what is it really the $1, $2? Really making a difference between a two, posting $5 in the blind and just posting a $2 small blind.
Well, so the thing is with the,
And I think it's for like a buy-in range thing that kind of
Right.
they're able to do that.
it's like I said, I remember the first time we ran smaller, like PLO game. I think we advertised it as like, so there's a thing down in Houston called H-Town PLO where it was like 136.
Yeah.
And you can bring in the 30. Or instead of like the 3x, it's 5x.
Okay.
So slightly different, but post-flop play is still increments of 5, the 3x plus the trail, blah, blah, blah. But it's just more of the pre-flop.
I remember I was playing like a 1-2 PLO in like, I guess it was an Aria somewhere or in Vegas, and so they did that. It was true 1-2 like pre-flop, but then post-flop they just rounded to the nearest 5 and he played from there.
What do you think about a check raise here from Chris Cole here? Cole's is going to come here. Yep, he's going to come in with a check raise.
Yeah, I think that's pretty standard. I mean, he doesn't want to. There's a lot of cards that can come on turn that he won't like, so he's not going to play it too slow.
J-Mod's probably going to make the fold here, so it's going to go heads up between. I think he's definitely calling. He's got some backdoor straight cards. 7 gives him a straight. 7 will absolutely give him a straight. I'm curious to know what Rick is putting him on, because I'm wondering if, hypothetically, if an ace comes on turn and Rick made ace of the 9. Call.
Yeah, now it's just, here we go. Just 7 and hearts is what Rick is looking for. And there he gins it.
He's a bolt.
And
board pairing card does not get there, Chris.
So
Rick doubles up.
He does crack the top set of kings, and he will double through.
Yeah, I wonder if he goes for it if he doesn't have like a gutter to a straight. If he just like check calls and tries to evaluate a turn.
And like he does have a pair of 9s too. That believe it or not, if Chris had a pure draw himself, you know, your pairs matter in this game, obviously. So
right.
that comes into play. I'm not saying he was saying, oh, my pair of 9s is good here by any means, but like if you're drawing and your opponent's drawing, having a pair matters even in PLO. So it can come down to that.
What were you saying with the having a different skill?
Yeah, so the first few weeks we ran this 136 H-Town PLO version.
Yeah.
People are like, oh, it's only 136. I'm like, bro, first of all, it's PLO in Texas. The blinds don't matter.
Exactly.
They just don't matter, especially when it's a match to stat game. And especially that lineup we had a really action-packed lineup. So, I mean, I had guys that were like, oh, there's a guy named Bao that would like 3-bet. And I'm not even joking, like ace, jack, 8-4, Badoogie. We just 3-bet, just a 3-bet. It was like the greatest action ever.
I mean, you never know what that flop's going to be. So, like they say, there's
Total
no
board coverage.
There's no bad hands. There's just bad flops,
Yeah.
right? And especially it can be that way in PLO. But it is interesting having worked here now for about a month and just kind of looking at the 1-2 games and just realizing, like, you know, more than half the time these are playing just as big as a 2-5 or bigger game. It's not. There's no shortage of money on the table and the amount of money going into these pots.
Yeah, the usual suspect in the chat saying the 136 PL almost has like, has a 15 on, you're correct. And then with a 75 first pot raise, you're at least 4 or 5 ways to flop with whatever, 400, 500 in the pot pre-flop. It was funny, there was a guy down in Houston that came up to play the live stream. It's like, oh, I want to play PLO. It's like 5-5-10. He's like, I was hoping for it to be a little bigger. I'm like, it's gonna play big, bro.
Yeah,
it's gonna play big. Especially like the players that like play this. Like the majority of the players have match to stack money. So
if you play a match to stack, the game will always start playing bigger and bigger. That was for playing years at Windsor, that was always the funniest thing to me. Like when you play like 2-5, because no matter what, you know, the biggest you could buy in for was 500 on the 2-5 game. So eventually, guys can stay long enough to where they can accumulate, you know, huge, you know, $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 stacks. But like if you got stacked, you got to start all the way over. You know, there's no matching.
King here brings in some straights, brings in a hand like Ace Jack.
Here's a situation where J-Ma with 2 jacks might be trying to represent. He checks. He figured he could probably bet that, just trying to, as they say, the blocker bet, trying to represent a straight, knowing that the odds that somebody else has a straight is diminished. But with Jermane having top set now, he's gonna bet it.
Yeah.
I
think he's gonna call.
Yeah. Bingo, Ben bet that. I'm sorry, I read the graphics wrong. J-Ma gets out of the way.
Pretty blank turn card here.
Yeah, that was a blank. We'll see what Bingo Ben does
I
now.
think he's going to fire. I think he's going to go like 600. Pretty close, like 3/4 pot, slightly over 3/4 pot, 80% pot.
Jermane knows it basically just comes down to
Does he believe him or does he not?
exactly because like with the it's either he called assuming he had the straight or if he doesn't. If he doesn't have a straight, he knows he has the best hand, but he
Yeah.
folds it because they put the pressure on and get him to fold.
Bingo Ben probably knows that he got away with the one there.
Yeah,
With just a pair of jack or a pair of queens, right? Only just a pair of queens.
He had
Had
a pair
the
of
jacks.
queens, yeah.
Blocking straight. So Bingo Ben, again, even though with his image, pretty aggressive, gets a nice little one through there, hand 10. In about 10 hands, we'll take a look at the stack sizes, take a look at cumulative winnings. Again, Eddie, the Asian sensation. And what was it, two pair Matt?
Two pair Matty.
Two pair Matty in the booth with me, along with the Asian sensation. In the box tonight, Miss Stacy and Terrell gonna swap in and out with Katie running action tracker tonight.
Rick, you gonna drink if I bring alcohol? Yeah.
Rick will never say no to whiskey.
We have seen
Scotch.
lots of aces since we're only on hand 11, but we've already seen aces versus aces. We've seen lots of aces so far.
Yeah, but the aces we've seen haven't been great aces. So it's another
No,
case of-
they've been more naked, if you will,
Yeah.
as they say. You definitely want them to be suited. You want them to have like their connecting cards. But hey, anytime you pick up aces in this game, it's still a hand you're gonna want to play.
All right, Jack 10 here gets on the flop, but no player with Jack 10.
No, the aces I believe are still holding of all these hands. Nobody has two pair or better, so aces will still be the best.
And Chris he's blocking straights with ace and jack, so with the pre-flop action as is, not too many sets.
But Jermane is going to continue, and we'll go to a turn card, I believe.
I've watched. This is the second time Jermaine has played. I really like the way he's played. So
Pairs that actually, I think Jermane likes that card.
Yep.
Believe it or not, we will see what happens and how Chris wants to. He checks it.
I think Chris is going to check back here. I'm going to check back here.
Well, that was a river card disaster for Jermane because Chris does make Broadway. Yeah, Chris is going to bet here.
So if he's going to bet here, what sizing you can go with? Again, it's about 500 in the pot. What's
I
the
think he'll bet
target?
about half pot, maybe 200.
He's grabbing 300.
Nice. He basically pots it.
Yeah, about 400. Yeah, he does pot it.
Just about. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he pots it for the full amount, 495.
And as played, Jermaine's not going to have a ton of full houses.
No.
Yeah.
He played that pretty passively.
All right, for those of you just now tuning in, special Tuesday night 5/5/10 PLO live stream here at Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live. Thank you for tuning in. Again, usually we run this stream specifically on Tuesday. Again, we have a special lineup this Thursday, and that's the reason we moved it. This Thursday, we have a special guest, Mr. Jaywin from the Lodge, and from Poker Coaching. Going to be playing a 10-25-25 big blind ante. He's going to be coming up this way on his way up to Choctaw when he's on his way to play the main event. So it's going to be a 10-25 with a 25 big blind ante for this Thursday. Tune into that. It's going to be one of our bigger games. It is going to be an uncapped game, so look for that. It's going to be lots of fun, lots of big action.
So, yeah, it's above my comfort level playing these uncapped games sometimes. You really put the pressure on.
Yeah, so I was talking over the weekend. I talked to Jay Wynn on the phone a couple times, just like, hey, let's put this game together, blah, 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 blah. And like, I was like, sometimes when I make the game 25-50, like the 100 may not come out and people will play slightly tighter. But if I
Yeah.
say 10-25 with a 25 big blind any, they'll be comfortable putting the 50 on in the 100. Because
Makes sense.
in their head, it feels smaller when it's really not going to really play smaller. So trying some new things with the live stream, different stakes, different buy-ins. So
we're gonna see going to this hand. We got some good hands in here, some decent hands. I think Bingo Ben raised it with the 9-8-7.
nice little middling rundown hand.
We got
Rick, Michael, and Rick with some rundown hands as well.
Michael's gonna like that flop for the most
Michael's
part.
definitely Mike gonna like that flop. Got a gutter, second up flush draw. I would like to see him come in for a re-raise here.
Yeah. If Michael catches like a 7 on the turn, that'd also be a great card. He'd make an inside wrap with the on it as well. So
He's just gonna make the call here.
takes the call.
What do you think about that? Now, Michael, I've seen him play some of our Hold'em streams, our PLO streams. He's more of a tight, passive player.
Yeah. It's interesting to see what's going to happen now. Bingo Ben slows down. I'm
Oh, there we go.
puts the pressure on.
It's a small bet, though, but I think it's going to be enough to get Bingo Ben off. Against a player like Michael,
I think
Yeah.
so. I don't. Yeah. That
nice
board.
little bluff there from Michael Franklin.
Well done.
So I believe a lot of these players have played with each other before. It was so funny. Michael gets here. I got here like 4:15 to like get some stuff ready for the week, get some stuff ready for the stream tonight. He's like, "Hey, what's the game tonight?" I'm like, 5-5-10 PLO. He's like, "Okay, well, okay." I was like, "Did you not get the text from Jermane?" He's like, "Yeah, I got the text from Jermane." He just said, "Hey, stream on Tuesday," and I just said yes. I was like, "Oh, okay."
He doesn't. He just said stream. He doesn't even specify which game he's gonna show
Or
up
the
to.
stakes,
Or the
right?
stakes, right?
He's just like, "Okay, I'll just show up."
I'll just show up. Whatever it is, I'll be ready. Lucky number 13, hand we're on. Jermane once again picks up aces. See how he wants to play this. Simon raises to 40. Was that a straddle or was that just a raise? I think that was probably, was that a restraddle to 40 or was that a raise to 40?
It's probably a $20 straddle and a race. I don't know. It could have been just a 5-5-10, just make it 40. Not sure.
Anyways, Jermane bet 3 bets it to 140, and we'll see what happens going around.
They don't care. No shits are given. No fucks are given.
What if I have it? I just don't know.
What is position?
I guess we're going 5 ways to this flop. Let's on a 3 bet. And deuce deuce.
6:15.
I don't know if Jermaine's gonna like this. It's a good flop for him, but Chris did hit his dangler. He's got a deuce. So
24-6. And he's got to believe like that
Yeah.
maybe like Chris has 9s.
I'm pretty Chris. I'm
Deuces.
pretty sure Chris went all in.
Yeah, when it comes back to Jermane, he's just gonna have to lay this down. I mean, it's a
If he
good-
calls, he knows he's probably up against a deuce.
Yeah, at minimum a deuce.
Yeah.
And like 9 deuce, pocket 9s.
I think when he potted right there, especially with his 5 ways going to the flop, I think he could have found that information out without having to pot it. I think if he would have bet 200, he could have easily found out that if he was beat or not just by with the same effective bet. But that's why I'm here and not on the felt. So
Look like you might not be folding. Kind of believable. Yeah. Well, no, I'm just confused. How can you doubt it?
Oh, how right. Yeah, you're right.
The problem is somebody behind me got pocket nines or.
It's hard to bluff that spot.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to bluff that spot on the 9 deuce deuce board. Like,
Yeah, it's not a spot you're probably bluffing right there.
yeah, he's either representing a hand like ace deuce, because even if he had like a weak deuce, I don't think he pots it there. He may pot it there.
Yeah, Chris went all in there. He's basically assuming that he's saying, okay, I caught trip deuces, I have the ace kicker with it, and all I'm really worried about is, you know, as long as he doesn't have nines full, I should be okay. And it worked out, indeed.
Bingo been here on the button. I'm gonna call with all spades in his hand.
Yeah, but he's got Broadway cards, and I mean those are all decent cards that you want to have. He's not assuming he's gonna, you know, catch a flush draw. But
Simon coming for a 3-bet?
he could still easily catch a flush, though. I mean, just because he has 4 spades doesn't necessarily mean he won't make one.
Simon coming in with a 3-bet with a double suited rundown hand. Low double suited rundown hand.
Yeah, it's a great hand. And he was looking for like a 5 deuce flop. That'd be ideal for a hand like that.
Interesting call from Jermane here, especially with the deuce of spades dangler. Michael is double suited himself.
Well, I guess we'll go 3 ways and see what happens. There we go.
10-5-9 board.
He caught half. Simon caught half of what he needed. He needed like
Yeah.
a deuce with it. He caught the 5, which was the key card, but not exactly the cards he was looking for. The 9 or the 10.
Checks around the flop. Ace of diamonds.
It's gonna make Michael 2-pair, and he'll probably bet now. He's turned basically 2-pair, and he's
Small sizings here. Now Simon could have. He's gonna make the call. Jermane's probably gonna get out of the way here.
I guess he's assuming he's got the flush draw. The only flush draw, and seeing if he can hit a heart.
7 of spades. Michael with the best hand. See if he's gonna just hands like what? Jack 8 get there. 8-6 get there.
8-6 and Jack 8 would be the straights.
What if he's gonna go into check shutdown mode? If you. Yep. He's gonna check. Simon knows his hand's not very good. He's gonna have to bluff here.
Where does he bluff though?
Yeah.
He's gonna try to steal it. Let's see. I mean, it's a good bet.
It's gonna cost Michael pretty much his entire stack here, and he's
He's not gonna do it. It's an aggressive play, and it worked.
I think
well done.
Yeah, I think if he used a bigger sizing on the turn, he was gonna get Simon to fold there.
Yeah, you're saying he could have probably got. You didn't have to necessarily bet all in to get him to fold. You think a good like 900 into that pot probably would have got the trick done.
Like if he went like 2/3, 3/4 pot there on the turn,
Yeah.
Simon would have folded. But he's using just a good price to drill like his baby flush draw and drill a gutter. I think he needed to drill a gutter to hit the straight, correct?
Let's see. Dallas Stars play tonight, don't they? Game 1.
He was when they broke it off.
All right, for those of you in the chat, if you like the PLO action, one of the only streams across the nation that live streams a weekly PLO game, go ahead and like, smash that subscribe button and the like button. We are playing 9-handed. So on Wednesday's game, we're actually going to play 8-handed. So
Wednesday for the PLO?
yeah,
Or
Thursday for the 1025.
oh, okay.
With that, I'm gonna start charging for
4 ways to this flop.
Deuce 4-9.
Kind of a brick flop, except for anyone with
Bingo
cards.
Ben flopped it pretty good. He flops a wrap all the way through.
Yeah.
Ace through a 6 would get him there. He's definitely gonna like it.
Is he coming back over the top, or just gonna make a call? He's
I
gonna
think
make the call.
he just makes the call.
Onto here with an overpair heart draw, queen eye flush draw. It's gonna go heads up to this turn.
Seven. Now he picks up an 8 as well.
Yeah,
but he's still not quite there yet. It might look like he has a straight, but he does not. He still just has a wrap.
Yeah, I think he's gonna barrel here. He's gonna probably go pot or pretty close to pot.
And it's probably gonna work.
420 and the 470. Oh, 325. I thought that was the 4 plaques.
Well, once again, I am wrong, and Auntie comes along. Is it Auntie? Is that how you pronounce it?
Auntie.
Auntie.
That's how European heart here on the river. Queen of hearts.
He makes a straight, but he loses to the flush. Tries to slow roll.
With a slow roll.
Pretend slow roll.
Yeah, I like the action that these new players have brought to the table in Simon and Chris and Auntie. You can tell they play the game often at these stakes.
I just don't want to think I'm influencing action, so that's why I do.
Well, what did she say about influence in action? Did you catch that?
I don't know. I think. Okay, so I think she was saying she doesn't want to necessarily she doesn't want to ask if someone's going to straddle.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because a lot of players are straddling, some players are not straddling, so she doesn't want to potentially ask a player if they're going to straddle when they don't want to straddle and influence the action. That's what I took from that. I could be wrong.
No, I think that's absolutely right, and that makes sense because for the 30, 45 minutes I was doing this just the other day, and I appreciate you walking me through that having to actually commentate exactly what happens as it goes around the table.
Now, there's a lot of streams that I either run tracker on or commentate where I know this player's 100% going to straddle. So I'm just just put the straddle on.
I caught on to that the other day where you kind of gave me the blueprint of, okay, this guy's never going to do this and this guy always straddles. So that helped, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, and sometimes I'm like, did Heath actually straddle? Because he usually never straddles. And I'm like, okay, I guess he's going to straddle this one time.
Yeah, that was just me making a mistake as usual. Just like I said, or said the wrong action. I was going.
No, one guy actually did straddle that. I was like, why is he straddling?
Yeah. On hand number 16, Simon has some kings and Chris has some aces. So we'll see because Chris just 3-bet to 480.
Yeah, got the deuce dang, but single suited to ace of spades.
Wow.
It's going to be tough for these players to continue. Yeah, it's going to take up a little small pot. You're not going to see too much of that 3-bet take down the hand pre-flop.
Yeah, I was surprised. I'm a little. I guess I'm not surprised, but I figured that with the kings, I didn't see if they were double suited, but I thought they.
I don't think they were.
I was assuming he was going to at least see a flop with that hand, but he let it go. So.
I know Bingo Ben likes to talk, so he's always good for a stream here.
Yeah. Like I said, just when everybody knows each other and they're talking, making jokes, it's definitely more enjoyable to play at. It's definitely more enjoyable for us to observe and commentate on.
Simon getting frisky. A little bit of a rundown hand. Single suited through the queen of clubs. I like the way Simon's been playing. Very aggressive.
I agree.
King 10 here.
Top set for Michael.
Flush draw out there, though. No one with diamonds.
Nobody has the diamonds.
He's going to go pretty big here. 3/4 pot.
I think that might get through. I'll be interested to see if Simon continues. I don't know if he really loved that flop.
Backdoor clubs. If he was double suited with diamonds or something like that, and he's definitely yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm sure Ben has
He's gone.
no choice but just let that one go.
And again, with a player like Michael, hasn't playing a ton of hands and not making relatively big, being tight passive, when he's bleeding out 3/4 pot there.
No, you're right about that.
He's got top set. I don't even think he plays middle set like that, right?
Yeah.
Somewhere that we don't know about.
No artistic bonus.
So when do you start back school? So you're going back to your masters? Have you started back yet?
Yeah, I like I said the other day, I actually have 2 of my final. They're like research papers due. They're due by Sunday.
I gotcha.
And I'm gonna get it done. I just been kind
forgot
of.
about that.
Yeah, it's okay. Trust me.
What class are they for?
All right. One is a organizational behavior management class,
Okay.
and the other one is a economics, like a forecasting class.
Okay.
So it's an econ class and a management class. And they're not bad classes. It's just writing has always been my Achilles heel.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Use that chat pro. What is it? That chat, that pro AI thing where you can write your research paper.
Yeah, but then you get gigs for plagiarism, and it's a double-edged sword, you know. At least I know if I write it for myself, it might be bad, but they'll be like, "There's no way this kid cheated on this paper. It's terrible."
I was talking about a specific person, or I think he's cheating. I'm telling you guys, this guy's not you. I was like, this guy is not smart enough to cheat. Like,
right.
I promise. They're like, are you sure? I'm like, dude, I bet $5,000 this guy's not cheating.
Yeah.
100%. And if he wasn't, they were just like, yeah, he's just that dumb.
Exactly. On this flop, I don't think anybody hit this one too hard. So, pair of 9s, I believe. Jermane still, yeah. It's odd to see, but he's got a hammer lock on this, and he doesn't really even have much of it as right now. Except the flush is what it was. He only had the flush draw, so he turns the flush.
That baby flush, though. What if he's just gonna check back here? 10 of spades.
Yeah.
Maybe hoping to get Chris the barrel on this river card. It's kind of a blank. I mean, Queen Jack doesn't get there.
Yeah, the pot's relatively small though, so I mean, if you were to bet, I don't see how high you can bet to push him off per se. But
He's gonna bet the pot here. I think Jermaine's just gonna make the call based off action.
yeah, I mean, that was just, like you said, perfectly said. It wasn't big enough. He calls with a modest flush, and
I mean, at that point, you really can't feel too great about a 7-high flush, but given action,
yeah,
I think it's just kind of like he snap called. It's definitely a tank call, but
I just didn't think the pot was big enough or really worthy of bluffing at. So
yeah. And if he had a big flush there, like I don't think he's betting pot.
yeah,
Right? He may be at like 180.
he's gonna
for value.
he just wants to just do this a smaller bet to try to get some value.
A scholarship from Brazil to play in the States. Yeah. So she played in Arkansas for a while. Kansas, she played both. She's like the best player on my team.
Where do you guys play? Play college?
We play in Allen. No, she's older than that. She's out of college now.
But I mean, like, I didn't know where you guys play.
We
Like,
play recreational in Allen.
He's talking about pickleball, I think.
Like just in
Pickleball?
Yeah, I played some pickleball with Rick before. Like I said, he's a pretty good friend of mine. I actually spent Thanksgiving with him, played some pickleball with him and his wife. His wife is actually going to play that 1-2-5 round of each women's stream next Thursday.
Oh yeah,
So
absolutely.
she's in the playlist. So
Perfect.
that's when I played with sand volleyball. Like,
Oh, he plays volleyball too.
Arizona and California. That's a long 2-man and 3-man.
Yeah, sounds fun. That's a different game to play indoor.
Six, 7-6 on the flop.
Yeah, it's an interesting board though. But as played, nobody's gonna have a ton of anything. The flush does that there. Rick with the king high flush. I think he's just going to be a bet fold.
Yeah, I don't think his hand's going much further.
Yeah, super value bet 60.
I'm actually surprised he didn't bet that flop because with the king high flush draw and kings up on that flop, I mean, I figured.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I thought he'd just try to take it down and see where he was at on the flop. But
Or maybe he was hoping that Ben was going to bet turn.
that's also very true.
Especially with aggressive player like Ben. And if it was a more passive player, you know.
He could bet, find out. He knows he's going to fold it if he has nothing, or he'll call, and it means he might not be liking his spot at the moment.
All right, Terrell switching out about an hour into the stream already. So we already have way more viewers than we have the ROE game.
Yeah.
Just because I think it's just 4-card and it's not switching. Yeah. I meant to switch it to the 4-card deck. I totally forgot, and I actually don't know how to switch to the 4-card deck in the middle of the stream. And I don't want to.
Is that where you get the different colors? Like the clubs are green and like the diamonds are blue.
Yeah. On the 2-card, it's not so much of a difference, but 4-card, it definitely actually makes a difference.
Absolutely. Last time I was here, you were talking about potentially doing like you said, you kind of want to either do either all PLO or all Congress, but you're talking about doing a live stream for a Congress big game, like a 25-50.
Yeah, 25-50, 100.
Goodness gracious, yeah.
Yeah, 10K min buy-in. Some guys
from Midland, you said, right?
Midland and or Odessa.
Well, let's stop you right there. Midland, Odessa. I mean, it's the same thing.
I mean, that's how I don't ever go out that way. So
for one, you're very fortunate for never having to be out there. And I'm not trying to. For those who are from Midland, Odessa, I'm not trying to be disparaging. I'm just saying it's blown up over the years. I was there when I was younger. It just wasn't my favorite place. But please don't cancel me on YouTube for saying that. I apologize.
Now we're demonetized because of Matt's disparaging Midland, Odessa comments.
But no, my grandparents were actually from Midland, Odessa, or technically Midland.
There's a lot of oil and gas guys out there. So
it's
those guys
huge
are just
out there.
They just want to pew some money. So
I'll give you now, I never verified this. It's just what it was told to me back during the boom, like 10 years ago, or how long ago it was. But they were having to pay people like at McDonald's like $20 an hour because, just the demand and they couldn't get hotels and everybody was staying out there. It just got to be ridiculous. They had to basically give you a great incentive to work there because the boom with the oil was just so high, or just so great. Anyways. Back to this hand on hand number 20. Bingo Ben with some kings. Chris has flopped 2 pair of queens and 7s. I wonder what Chris is going to do here with 2 pair. I wonder if he still thinks, okay, he's going to bet it. Bets 1,400. I think he's gonna fold.
One pair.
Throws it away.
I'll let you run it 3 times. Call it.
Yeah, as long as you have a 9 is a
No, but Midland, Odessa, it's kind of like Dallas Fort. They're that close. So it's basically kind of the same.
I gotcha.
Area.
Okay.
That's my analogy to explaining that. They're within probably 20 miles, if that, from one another.
Yeah, whatever I can.
What's the match?
Perfect. Yeah, that'll make it
5,000. Basically 51 there.
You want some fix that? Yeah. Okay, I'll have it for 3,000.
3K more.
It's just 3K.
Yeah, he's going 3K more. You want 3?
The $20 straddle is on.
Jermane, we got a straddle on for 20.
Chris raises it with Jackson a suited ace to $80. Here we go.
Bingo Ben's gonna make a move. No, it's just gonna.
No, I think he's gonna call with that hand. Once again, J-Mom tags his dangler on the deuce.
I think he's gonna have to bet here. I think he's gonna have to go pretty big. I think he's gonna have to go pot here.
He most likely will. And it'll most likely work too.
225. Bingo Ben. Yeah, Bingo Ben's gonna fold there. Chris doesn't have much in anything. He's just gonna have to lay this hand down.
Yeah.
Deuces coming up hot this stream so far. Hand 21. All right, let's take a look at some stats.
Your VPIP's going to be like in the dirt so far.
We'll see if that's true.
Yeah, let's take a look at these stack sizes. Bingo Ben, Rick and Chris Coles above 5K, all the way down to some Simon, Jermane, and Michael. Michael buying in for relatively he bought in for the 2K, hasn't added on one hand early on in the stream, hasn't played too many hands, missed a good bluff spot where he checked to Simon on the river and Simon pretty much ripped it in. So could have picked up some chips. Take a look at these VPIP percentages. Talked about this. A lot of players.
Bingo Ben leading the pack.
Yeah,
80%.
Sure, 80%, and he must be sad that Pokernomics is not here to battle out for the VPIP sweat.
80%.
Yeah, so Bingo Ben at 80% for the VPIP. After this hand, we'll take a look at cumulative wins and losses. We'll take a look at those VPIP stats again as well.
Yeah.
Chris Cole's getting into the mix. Single suited ace, a spades, a little bit of a Broadway rundown.
He's got some Broadway cards in there.
Jermane, though, with pocket queens himself. It's definitely going to go multi-ways. Probably going to at least go 4 or 5 ways.
Jermaine's queens are double suited as well.
Yeah. We know that Bingo Ben likes to see flops. Ace 9 deuce. Chris with the best hand with just a pair of aces.
Yeah, Jermane and Bingo probably didn't care for that flop too much. Definitely, they didn't want to see an ace. Did not do anything for their hands.
Yeah, definitely could have top set here. It's such a rainbow board. That's relatively small. 5 of hearts. Surprised that Bingo Ben floats that flop.
And he does pick up a 9-high flush draw, but I don't. Yeah, I just don't see what else he was really hoping for in that run out.
Bingo Ben here, after getting checked on the turn, is going to be aggressive on this river. About 3/4 pot.
Yeah.
Snap call from Chris.
Yeah,
take down the spot.
Chris will take it down.
Yeah, as played, it's not too many full house combos that Bingo Ben has there. Again, it's kind of one of those things where we talked about maybe Chris check turns and do depending on what the river card is, right?
Yeah, but I think when the board pairs out with the turn river pairing up, I don't think Chris really had any kind of feeling that Bingo Ben had a 5 in his hand. So
now, with that being said, out of everybody that's playing this,
he's probably most likely to have that. But yes, yeah.
So I take a look at this cumulative wins losses. Rick up about 3K after getting it all in against I think Chris Coles early on. Yeah. Chris up in about 2K. Simon up about 1,200. Anti up about 300. 2 biggest losers so far. Chris Coles again, he lost that big hand early on against Rick. Bingo Ben down about 3,200. Again, playing 80% of hands tonight. So Sometimes playing that many hands can lead to a big win. Sometimes playing that many hands can lead to a big loss.
It can, yep. It could be feast or famine for sure.
Especially in PLO. It's such high variance and the equities run really close to each other. So.
And I will, out of all the hands we've seen that players have gone all in and going to the river, I don't think we've seen anybody run it twice yet. So
correct.
So far they're just like, hey, you know, we're just gonna rip it and live with the results.
You're the guy to ask if it's beatable. I would not only play 4 or 5
Sit there and get tanked all night.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's a fun. Yeah, it's
When people ask me if I run it twice, it's always kind of I'm not opposed to running it twice, but sometimes I feel people ask you that, and then they if they know that you're willing to run it twice, they'll try to take more shots at you. Does that make sense? And so I try to just sometimes I'm just like, nah, I'm just gonna run it once.
Non-stop. I'm like, dude, I gotta get out of here. I'm not even like having
I love Love, but there's sometimes he can get on his like autistic moment where he just randomly talks about memes and shit that has it's like off in left field. I'm just like, brother, like I'm right here, you know? He's a great guy. What's that?
I'm having him tune in. This is great. He made the live stream. Yeah, only when the big 25. Yeah, usually it's like 10 or 15 straddle starts. There's later on it might go to work.
Here we go.
Or they do
Straight draws and flush draws.
the game choice.
Yeah, and Auntie with the redraw, which is open-ended with the jack. Although obviously Bingo Ben with the better flush draw.
And the better pair as well.
Yeah, and the better pair as well. And he's gonna check back here.
Wow.
Interesting check back, ace.
Yep. But
So, you know,
Bingo Ben's gonna win.
so they've got to insulate it by
I think it's gonna go check check.
they actually just rented the one
Yeah.
unit below them.
No need to really bet here on this board, this run out.
No, he definitely has enough showdown value. But going back, I'm actually surprised Bingo Ben did not bet the turn.
Yeah.
Because that three should have helped his hand, and yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't make a bet on the turn.
Yes.
PLO, like I'm going up there the whole week.
Yes, I'll be there. The 1100 starts tomorrow.
I'm going to play the main.
So these guys talking about Choctaw playing the main. So
What's the buy into that again? Like 1,000?
3,800.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
I think it's 335 for price pool, 300 for like house admin staff.
Yeah. Maybe with the satellite, I'd give that one a shot, but that's pretty steep for one tournament.
That was the mistake. They stuck together too.
Yeah, if it wasn't if I wasn't working, and B with the buy-in wasn't so hard, I'd feel comfortable buying like 50, up to 2K, but 38 without selling action.
It's gonna be a tough field, obviously. I mean, anybody willing to, put up $3,800 is not going to be like your average player. So we got Bingo Ben re-raising with aces. We'll see if he gets any takers. And Auntie looks like he's going to come back and going to see a flop. He's got kings. What do you think about Chris's call as well with the 10-8-5 deuce? Think it's a little
Speculative.
Speculative. Yeah,
Speculative.
It's a little marginal.
Bingo Ben here with the best hand.
And the best draw.
Best draw. Pair of aces.
Diamond
not flush
flush
draw.
draw.
And on a disconnected board other than diamonds, which he has covered. So.
Right. I mean, Chris does have an inside. 9 would get him there.
What is it? 320? 325?
Or what?
425?
That's like 345.
Yeah.
345 maybe?
Yeah.
I guess.
It's like, I'm like, I can't tell. It's so weird. Yeah, Auntie. Oh, Chris is going to make the call.
He calls the bottom pair and an inside straight draw. And then Auntie, he correctly dumps his kings. Believe it or not, though, he does turn the best hand. He turns deuces and fives, and that is leading at the moment.
Interesting to see if he's going to lead the turn here.
I assume he's going to, because why else was he calling to try to catch two pair? I mean, obviously a 9 would have been the best card for him to catch, but there it looks like he's going to bet it.
I don't see Ben going anywhere with the you know.
Yeah, I think Bingo Ben's hand is just too strong,
Yeah,
and he's
set outs and nut flush draws.
and he's wondering how does that 5 help him. You know, it's either I was already beat, but that 5 probably didn't like really help your hand.
And I think if he has a set there, Chris has a set like a set of 7s or set of deuces or something like that, he'd go bigger on his bet here. Yeah, I think he's gonna call here. If he wasn't drawn to the nut flush, yeah, I think he potentially folds. So if like he had a queen high flush shot, he may fold there.
He's a 7, a jack, a diamond, and an ace. Not
Brick,
that though.
yeah.
Not the brick. That did not get him. Chris's modest 2-pair does hold, and deuces and 5s is the best hand.
See what Chris decides to do if he checks, and then I think if so really. Bingo Ben, we've seen him when checked too. He's going to show some aggression, yeah, and so Chris is going to stay aggressive.
I'm pretty sure if he's betting this, he knows it. I mean, and now Bingo Ben knows he's pot committed. He's not going to bet that with what does he have?
400 behind, 350 behind.
So
yeah,
there's Bingo Ben just knows. Yeah, just has to put him in the mug.
no, I agree, Joey. Like when I played the last shotgun, I played, you know, not this past January, but I think November. I played a good portion of that series. The thing is, like, I generally don't sell action. I generally bankroll myself. But I agree. I think there's definitely going to be a lot of amateur players there. Unfortunately, because I have to run the live stream and because I have to run the tournaments this weekend, like I can't take off. So otherwise, I would go up there and fire, but I will either be in the booth or on the floor running a tournament or running Action Tracker for the remainder of this weekend.
Well, as they say, Eddie, if you weren't here, man, this place would fall apart, right?
I don't know about that.
Rick, I like that hand. Jack 10, 9, 7.
100.
And I think he just probably raised with it. So he likes it as well.
Call this way and call it the 4-man action.
All right, 4 ways going to the flop. 4-4 jack.
You check, right? Sorry, check. 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 Man, check. 110. Calls. Fold.
Chris continues with his kings.
Check. That's a check.
Rick checks back. He made his flush though.
Check.
Yeah, just gonna go check and
Maybe flush. Gonna get there. Gonna take a little small pot down. And Bingo Ben gonna top off. It sounds like 2,300 more.
gonna get as much cash on the table.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So like with a player like Bingo Ben, he plays pretty loose aggressive, but when he gets it, you know. So backtrack a little bit. So when I play some of these games, even at like the 1-2-500 cap, I try to stay as close as 500 as I can.
Right.
And if I'm like at 475, 480, not that big of a deal. But if I'm like below 450, I'm topping off to get to 500. And the reason is a lot of people are like, well, I'm just going to buy in for 300. And if that's what your bankroll, if that's the only
that's
thing.
your budget. That's your budget.
That's your
right?
budget. I'll totally respect that. I'll never say anything about that. I'll never dissuade you. But if you have the ability to like top off to 500 and your bankroll is X and you can afford topping off, I always recommend getting to top off.
Yeah.
The max that you can, because you want to try to get max value on big hands. So again, if your bankroll only allows 300, that's totally fine. That's totally fine, and just play, you know, within your means. But there is value to topping off, adding on, matching to the stack in some scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what my appreciation for like limited pot limit games is, because I don't feel like in those structures I can get money whipped, so to speak. As
Right.
most, you know. Speaking of which, in this hand, Auntie with a really good hand here, the Ace, King, Queen, Jack. Definitely one of the top tier hands that you can have starting in this game. Let's see how many callers he comes along with it.
450.
And he 4-bets it to 450. See, when Chris re-raised here with the Ace Jack 10 9, he just ran into a hand that, like, Auntie's hand just plays so much better against his hand. Of course, they completely missed with that flop, but. Auntie's going to call here. They both turned a pair of jacks, ace kickers, but Auntie has the king high flush draw, and I'm surprised if Ben calls here. I guess I'm surprised. I thought he would have let that one go, but
I don't think you should be super surprised by anything Ben does.
Fair enough.
And he told me, he's like, if you want to say I play like
No.
an effing idiot, I'm like, for sure. I was like, I won't say that. He's
We're
like,
not going to say that at all, but
yeah, when it checks through, Auntie knows that king high flush is good there. And so I wonder if some of these players are adjusting either A, because with the king high flush draw there, I mean, you're only losing to the ace high flush. I don't know if he's going to check call mode or he's trying to induce somebody to try and stab at it. So
yeah. I don't know if you noticed on that hand, it was like 3-bet. I think Chris in the 6th seat, if that's his name. Maybe forgive me if I'm wrong. But
the guy with the hat with the long hair?
Yeah, he re-raised with Ace Jack 10 9, and then Auntie in the 8th seat, he re-raised it again with the Ace King Queen Jack.
Oh, okay.
And I was just making a comment saying that, like, with those two hands, like, Auntie's hand's way better. They're sharing the Ace Jack, and then his King Queen is obviously going to just do naturally better against a 10 9.
Yeah.
And he's suited, so.
I suppose I could, yeah. That would require me using.
Rick has a very decent high-low hand, but they're not playing high-low.
Right.
If I was playing Omaha 8, that'd be a hand I'd definitely want to continue with.
God, I love that's actually probably my favorite and best game, 08.
Yeah. No, I love it.
When I was in Vegas for the series, I would go just play like 8-16, just like on an off day, just to like take 2 or 3 days off. I'd go to South Point and play 8-16 or the Orleans and play 8-16 because
you play like an 8-16 or even a 10-20 with a half kill, go 15-30. Just a lot of fun.
And you know, I would wait for a seat and I'd play limit hold'em just because like mix it up just for fun because you never get limit games in Texas, you just don't. Yeah. So I was like, I'm out there and I'm like super aggro, super aggro.
It's a different art for sure, navigating in these limit games, and I appreciate it. Like I said, and you don't have to you don't get money whipped in them, you know. Yeah. So you get to you have a little bit more, you can play better, and no one can just put you all in, and you have to make that one decision. Okay, am I going to go with this hand? Or I'm just going to have to fold it. There's no fun in that.
Yeah, and it was really funny because obviously the people that play those limit games are the older generation players. So they're the call type of players, and so they were really getting annoyed with me. And so they started playing back, and then I was like wrecking up, and then they realized this kid knows, like, I'm young, I'm Asian. Like,
right.
So it's like
you're Asian sensation over here.
I'm Asian and I'm young, so they think I'm just trying to. I know Kim. I knew Kim was gonna come in with the 4-color deck comment. That's why. That's so. For the record, I addressed it earlier. That that's the one thing I forgot to do on the setup was changing the damn 4-color deck. That's my fault. So I can't figure out where it's at, Kim. I'm gonna text Eric. It's not as prevalent in the setup, the skin editor, where the 4-color.
Yeah. And when you play those limit games as well, they just play faster. You know, it's not, you don't have to wait on someone to make all these decisions. They just they know where the action is and they play accordingly. So that's what I also appreciate about it.
A nice little, like, it's like this table is a little more balanced than it was last week. Last week was a really like pro/reg.
Oh yeah.
But
it's always nice. Chris Cole's just flopping the best hand possible. The jack's full of threes. Will he continue with his flush draw?
all right, I want to do it between hands. Oh, not that one.
I need to see it.
Yep, that's. Give me just a second, guys.
I did, but okay.
Okay, I'm gonna get out of this. Okay, I'm just gonna get out of it.
I would play. I could bring people that would play. I'm just saying it would be bigger. I get up to 50.
Maybe once a month we'll do like
5-5-10 match the stack. What hand are we on now?
20, yeah, 30. I know. I'm going to change it. I'm going to change it, Kim. I'm going to change it to, what's it called?
They need the 4-color deck. It's imperative.
I do think in PLO it actually makes a big difference.
Oh, it does, especially if you're viewing it. You know.
On the 2-card one, it's not as bad.
He's not allowed to get aces.
All right, so Misty, I'm going to. Here it goes. Executive decision midstream.
Nice. There's a
Give me-
website and app for everything.
Yeah, you're going to see a little buffer on your end, ladies and gentlemen. I'm switching to 4 deck.
Bear with us.
Boom.
Nice.
I don't know if it's going to go into effect for this hand or for the last hand, but we'll find out. Yeah, I'm glad the buffer is going on right now, so it's nice. So kiss is used. All right, let's find out if this can change.
Let's see if it works.
Yes.
Yep, there you
Let's
go.
Yeah, we're going to go with this one. So there you go, Kim. 4-color deck.
What happens if you're colorblind? Can you see all those colors? I forget how that works.
No. So like they did a software update like 8 days ago.
Yeah.
Where all the skins technically have a option to 4-color deck. This deck specifically is a 4-color deck, like as part of like the way it's set up.
Right.
But now there was an update that all skins have the option for, but I can't figure out in the software how to change the deck that the new one we've been using. So
Nice. Because it's the greens, right? I forget. I'm not colorblind, but I know if you're colorblind, you can't. I think it's the green and the reds that you can't distinguish. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
People in the chat, if you're listening, educate me, please.
The 2 comes, I pay. A 5 comes, you pay. A 6 comes, you pay.
Any 2, any 5, any 6.
Now I know though, so I still can't figure it out. You can't do it for a live stream, but you can do it post stream. So Bingo Ben's mom is deaf, and so there's a setting like post stream once it's been like recorded in YouTube, you can actually put in the closed caption to where she can go back and watch it. But
Perfect.
she wouldn't be able to go in and watch it live with the closed caption because you'd have to have somebody translate it in the middle of the stream. But
Yeah, that makes sense. Once again, it looks like J-Ma, he bet had some blockers on the straight, but Jermane actually did flop the jack high straight. And they both make the same straight now.
Yeah, it brings in some additional draws that neither one of them really have. No one with clubs, no one with a higher straight draw. So
Jermane actually kind of favors slightly because he picks up 2 pairs, so
Yeah.
he does have a full house draw. Jack or 9 would help him. But
Rick on the river, 3 of hearts.
should be just chop pot. Of course, both of them are probably worried about somebody making potentially queen high straight.
He's just going to come in. Yeah. Bet, call, snap.
Bet, call, snap.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Poker says there are more than one type of color blindness. Oh, so I don't know.
Well, I'm sorry. What would you say about on that?
Oh yeah, Kim said it doesn't matter if you're colorblind. It doesn't matter. But if you aren't, it definitely matters. And then Eric's the live stream manager here. He's out of town, getting back home in Minnesota, getting his house prepped to sell, so he can make the full-time permanent move down here to Dallas with the family.
They're very nice.
I literally go through. I have a checklist that I go through when I set this stuff up. And I get a little more stressed out when there's new players, because especially I'm like, hey, get here at like 5:20 so I can take a picture, get you set up.
Exactly.
Of course, these guys don't get here till like 5:40, 5:50 after the stream started, so I have to add, which is not that big of a deal, but I just like to get everything squared away, get my decks registered, do the setup, do the test to make sure the camera angles are fine, and the crawl at the bottom is correct, and things of that nature. And
It's like multimedia production.
Yeah.
You got to make sure all your mics and all of it.
The mic
visuals
test.
and exactly. It's
Yeah, I agree. Everybody's saying the 4-color deck mandatory for PLO. I literally always forget that for every PLO stream. But now we have the 4-color deck in play.
It looks good too.
Getting this special Tuesday 5/5/10 PLO Match the Stack live stream. 3 new players. I wish I could grow my hair out like seat 6.
Yeah, I can't do that either.
Yeah, I have too much of a bald spot. And Omar, I'll answer your question in just a second after this hand.
Four-way action going to this flop.
Again, kudos to Katie running Action Tracker. She's been stepping up clutch the past couple of streams where I've needed her to run tracker. When I needed to run either commentate or help with the production side of things. 5-2 deuce 4 board.
Nobody really hit that too terribly hard, but we will see.
Some over pairs.
Queen's still leading right now. Not too many draws for anybody as well.
Yeah, ace 3 not in play, although Jermane has. Yeah, Jermane's going to take the aggressive route here. Going to bet on the button, going to get everybody to fold.
He gets it through. Indeed.
Yeah. So Omar, unlike casinos across the nation, in Texas we have what's called social clubs, social rooms. Okay, and so in order to play in any of these rooms, you have to pay either a daily, monthly, annual membership fee in order to get in the door. So like a daily fee is $10, a monthly fee is $30, and the annual fee is $300 at our club here at Poker House. Now, with that being said, in addition to the daily, monthly, or annual fee, you pay an hourly fee, like a seat rental for your fee. And as a result of that, so it's like $13 an hour. You can buy 5 for $55, 20 for $200. So you pay a rental fee, and in lieu of that, instead of raking the pot, which is illegal, which is not legal, it is illegal in Texas if you rake the pot, or it's not legal, however you want to describe it. You just pay the rental fee, and all the money stays on the table, so there's no rake. So hopefully that makes sense in terms of how it is in Texas. So most social clubs, I'm not sure where Omar, where are you from? So again, surrounding states like Oklahoma, Louisiana, Mississippi, all the way to Vegas, their poker rooms take a portion of the pot depending on the stakes. Like at a 1, 3, 2, 5, they'll take anywhere from $3 to $5 per pot. We don't take anything out of the pot. Again, it's just an hourly fee. All the money stays on the table.
Yep.
All right, Auntie with the naked ace of diamonds, though.
Yeah, and interesting bet from Chris Coles. He's got a queen high flush draw, but other than that, he did not really connect with anything on that flop.
I'm a big fan of like combo hands, betting those aggressively. You know, like straight plus flush draw, high flush draw, like, or, you know,
and like,
set with flush draw, 2-pair with flush draw.
And like I mentioned earlier, sorry, I did interrupt you there, but like I mentioned earlier, like Chris doesn't have a pair right now. If he had a pair in any of this as well, that could potentially hold value going down future streets of the hand. But he has king high right now.
And I think Auntie's got a caller with a dry ace of diamonds and then backdoor nut flush draw with clubs. Oh, he's just going to make the fold. I'm surprised he makes the fold there.
I am actually shocked he did too, because like I said, he definitely had backdoor clubs, and he knows if he doesn't necessarily have to make the flush. I mean, if he just by catching the flush in parentheses, he can dry ace and try to steal it.
Yeah, and I didn't see the pre-flop action because I was trying to answer. So poker, I do know that it's like in the higher stakes in some places across the country, you know, they'll take like an upfront fee, a time fee, or however they charge it. But in Texas, so yeah, from Florida, you're down there. If you're at Hard Rock, I was just down Daytona Beach in Orange City, and like, you know, you don't pay a quote-unquote daily, monthly, annual membership fee plus a seat rental. So they take the rake out of the pot depending on
the room, or
depending on the at least the rooms that I went down to in Florida, it was just it was a rake pot. But here in Texas, there are some rooms that take a rake. Those are the underground kind of games. But that's how it is. Like if you see any of these live streams in Texas, they have this similar business model in terms of taking.
They rent the seat.
They rent the seat. Yeah.
It's a time charge, so to speak, but it's not coming off the table. It's coming from a separate expense.
Yeah. Yeah, and here, like, you can't take chips from the table to buy time. You have to pay with, like, cash from their pocket or with a debit card. Now, if you have, like, let's say, like, for me, like, on a 500, on the 1-2 game 500 cap, I'll buy, like, 2K worth of chips.
Yeah.
And so if I had, like, the chips that are not in play that are in my pocket, I could actually use those chips.
Right.
I could use those chips to buy time because those chips are actually in my pocket. They're not in play, so.
Exactly.
Damn, I didn't realize in Orange City was that high, Joey. It's crazy.
Orange City? What?
Yeah. All right, Queen 10 Jack flop.
J-Maw flops the bottom side of the straight. He's got the queen high straight.
And he's got to be really careful on this spot.
Yeah.
He's still going to bet here.
Simon has he's got, you know, top bottom 2-pair. See how he proceeds with it.
I think he's going to try to call here. Oh, he's going to fold.
He's going to dump it. Dumps it.
Some of these players playing relatively tight, so. Gotcha. So down there, so Omar's saying that for PLO. Damn. For PLO, they pay a fixed amount per dealer rotation. And I'm assuming your dealer rotations, Omar, is in 30-minute blocks. Poker was saying in Chicago, for 5-5 PLO, they pay $11 per half hour.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's like a time rate.
Yeah, for as a time rate.
So it's for per half hour. So basically means you're paying $22
an hour.
Yeah,
golly.
exactly.
Yeah, like I said, here at most poker, like you're paying $13 an hour.
Right.
If you like there's some people that I know play here often. They'll buy like 2 hours of 13. I'm like, dude, I see you here every day.
It doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't you buy in bulk and just get the discount? You know, it adds up over time for sure.
At least buy the 5 for 55.
I'm not saying buy like 500 hours at once, but like at least kind of make it to where if you're going to be here every day, like you said, or at least here twice, 3 times a week, you might as well just take advantage of the discount.
I know what's crazy is like I know people that pay here multiple times and they pay the daily fee instead of the monthly fee. I'm like, bro, like literally, if you play here 33 days, 2 days,
pays for itself.
Yeah, if you pay here 2 days a week, you know, 8 times a month, you're paying $80 at $10. Well, why don't you just pay the 30? You're saving 50, and you're buying time in increments of like 2 or 3 hours. When I literally see you here every day, at least buy the 5 for 55 and pay $11 an hour. So bingo, Ben here with single suited ace. Oh, 2-pair in his hand, single suited. Yeah.
Likewise for Michael, he's got 10s and 7s, and Rick has a decent hand himself. He's got double suited King Jack 10.
Yeah, nice little
rundown.
Yeah, a little
gap rundown.
Gap rundown, rundown gap, or whatever you want to say. Are you guys still? Yeah. So quick. Yeah. Poker and Omar on y'all's game does that include tipping, or do you still tip in addition to that? I like this little 3-bet by Rick here out of the small blind. I wonder if Bingo Ben's just gonna go for it.
I think he's
not gonna go for it.
I actually think he's gonna. He wants to play this heads up. He doesn't. He doesn't. The more is not the merrier.
Yeah, and it looks like he repots it.
Yeah, I knew he was gonna do that. But Michael should be. It should be an easy fold for Michael. He's not gonna continue with 10-10, 7-7.
Let's see what Rick's gonna do here. Yeah, Michael's not gonna make the call here.
To answer his question about the tipping what the who the dealers? The
no,
service,
so
or?
in for those time rake in Chicago, in Miami, if like they pay X per half hour or whatever it is, I wonder if they actually that doesn't include tipping the dealer, right?
I would assume not.
Okay.
No.
Hey, yeah.
Yep.
Come to Texas. It's better. Wow, what a flop here. Both players with. It's a paired board.
It's a paired board, but Rick does still flop a wrap, and he flops second king high flush draw. So I think
the money's going in.
The money's probably going in. We're going to see some action, and Bingo Ben will most likely love his spot.
Yeah. Yeah. All in snap call.
Yeah, I think he called it, and Bingo Ben's going to love his spot right now.
They're really going to love his spot.
Because Bingo Ben had definitely now it's over. It's oh my he made us.
Oh my gosh, what a sicko!
I almost spoke too soon.
What a sicko! The straight flush.
Yes, and the second the 9 came and Ben made 9s full of aces,
Yeah.
I said he just shut the hand out, and I was like right, but I was wrong. There was that one very unlikely chance that he could make a king high straight flush, and he did.
What a sicko!
I mean, he shut the hand out with that 9 just about.
Let's take a look at this.
Oh my!
All right.
Bingo Ben, that's some bad luck right there.
Rick now up about $8,400. It's not gonna show Bingo Ben because it's showing busting, but he's obviously gonna reload. So Bingo Ben's probably down about 5 to 6K right now. But again, it's not showing that he's in because he hasn't officially reloaded yet. But I know he's gonna reload. So. Sorry about that.
That's the second one-outer on stream I've been.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago against Pokernomics, he hit quads against him.
I was like, wait a minute. I knew I had all my cards connected. I didn't know I had the king and the 10.
He would have found it. Yeah, it looked like, the hand that he promised, one of those things. Wow.
Let's see here. That's well, what'd you think about that hand, Eddie? I mean, that was
a sick run out, and I don't blame him for getting here. I mean, he's definitely obviously worried about. It's not too many. Obviously, he did have the ace high flush draw on a paired board, but with that being said, it's like
I'm just saying if I'm in that situation of Bingo Ben, I love it because I'm really only worried about
queens full maybe.
No, well, I'm just saying once I see the hands, obviously, I'm like all he's really trying to catch. He's got to catch a straight on that wrap. That's not the diamond, except for the 10 of diamonds, which is the case card, but. When the board paired the 9, he can't beat you other than having a straight flush potential because you made 9s full of aces. And
right.
It was just an interesting, crazy run out that we see on these streams.
Rick here up big so far. Now pulling the new cumulative stats.
After that hand, I guarantee you the action is not going to slow down.
I appreciate the thumbs up, Poker. Let everybody log on to YouTube if you haven't like and subscribe yet.
Simon flopping top set of jacks as we continue on to the next hand.
Check, full finish. Check. 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 Check.
Interesting. Checks around.
Check. Check.
I'm surprised Simon checked all the way through and never bet. And Auntie's going to take it down with the river flush.
10-eye flush. Going to pick up a small little pot here. Oh. Hold on. Give me a second, guys. Yo, the stream just went black.
Yeah, I was watching. I thought it was me.
No.
Hold on a second.
The fuck happened?
You there?
Yeah.
Alright, so I was just watching it. Let's
I didn't do anything.
so you're when you're watching on the I can't be on my phone and be on YouTube at the same time. Hold on. Can you put on the cameras?
Yes, the cameras are on. I can put on the cameras right there. I'm live right
Okay, so and that's not coming across, right?
now. Yeah, it is. Still blank sweet. Oh, lights on. All right, I think we're back. I believe I accidentally hit something. Please let me know if we're back. We're back? All right, thanks. I don't know what I hit. Hiya.
Yep. All right. Good to be back.
Definitely. Sorry, if you guys heard some curse words, I wasn't cursing at you. I was cursing at myself, trying to figure out what I did. That was really weird. That's never happened to me before on my end.
So we're not live though. We're still watching it on delay.
It's always on a delay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're gonna miss one hand there, but the action's still correct. Whatever, like the chip
But
sector's
like,
still guard.
it's all. So you're. But I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. We're still on the delay no matter what. So
Yeah.
we are square.
Well, sorry to the viewers for the for the lag
As
or the technical difficulties.
As always, my apologies. My nickname is the Asian Sensation. Obviously, that was not sensational there, so I apologize. I definitely don't have fat fingers, poker. Far from it.
No.
Looking at it like,
It's all relative, right?
With that being said, I'm going to give you guys some loyalty points. I know Eric's on the air. Since he's not here, I'm going to give you guys like 3,000 points. If you guys want to gamble away. Hey, okay, now I know how to fix that if that ever happens again.
Well, We're back to
action.
Back to
Action's
action.
good. Okay, so it was Streamlabs. Okay, phew. It wasn't the software. So it wasn't the so Streamlabs is the streaming software you use. GFX is the poker software that we use for
Got it.
the RFID stuff. So the good thing is
It's going to be Chris in the spot.
Yeah.
Just
Nutter Butters here. No one with pocket pairs to like potentially boat up though.
no, I think this one.
It's pretty much over.
So we'll be moving promptly to the next hand here.
Now, with that being said, that's a pretty big bet. I don't know if he's trying to target like 2 pairs or straight draws on a flush board like that. He does have a 10, so he's kind of blocking some straights as well. So
Yeah.
this is why you can't go out of town, Eric. Every time something like that happens, usually he's out there. I'm just like, switch.
Right.
If he didn't leave, then I wouldn't cause inflation.
I'm just glad you didn't have to come to me to figure it out.
No, yeah, I was like,
I would have been like, we would have been here a long time.
Yeah. That's why Eric's always on call. So we are back live, back action, fixed, squared away. It's been a really good stream, though, for the record. So let's take a look at these stack sizes and cumulative win losses now that Bingo Ben's bought back in. Rick, the biggest winner, up so far about 8,400. Chris and Ante up about 2,900, 1,200 respectively. Again, Bingo Ben, the biggest loser tonight, down about 10-7. He does have the highest VPIP. He's at 86% right now.
He definitely has ran into a couple boss saws though. When you're losing to case straight flush draws,
Yeah, that's tough.
That's tough to swallow.
I mean, outside of that, I think he started the hand about 6. Started that hand with 6K, give or take.
He's added on like twice, right, or so. So I'm not exactly sure what he started the hand with.
Well, that was a full reload. I think he just kind of like added, yeah.
Well, that's gonna be you got a lot of hands that might go to the flop on this one.
6-way flop, it looks like here. Texas heads up. Again for Omar and Poker. Anything that's less than 4 players is considered heads up in Texas. Anything over 5 is Texas heads up. So you're not going to see too many flops, 2-card or 4-card, where you're going to get too many heads up scenarios.
Bingo Ben turns a 6-side straight. He's going to bet it.
Looking to pick up some money here.
I think he will too.
Yeah.
I don't know who's going to.
Jermane's going to call with a backdoor hard draw. And he has 6s, so he may think he's like blocking.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. I mean, so he actually raised here.
Interesting raise.
6-7 is, he's double block. Jermaine's double blocking 6-7. Ace of diamonds doesn't change much.
Doesn't change a thing.
Let's see if Jermaine's going to continue to barrel here.
And I don't think it's going to get through. I think he's going to bet it, but I think Ben's going to call.
I don't know here. And he folds the best hand.
It's interesting. Because the ace didn't change anything.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised he folded that. I guess he gave him credit for the 6-7.
Again, Jermaine's, in terms of VPIP percentages, take a look at these VPIP percentages.
Playing pretty
again.
tight.
Yeah. I mean, he still has about 48%, but he's made some pretty good folds. Now, no one with less. Rick with the lowest VPIP percentage, about 24%. So. I always like to look at like these stats. So now, as a non-PLO player myself, in terms of more of looking at Hold'em, viewers in the chat, if you're looking at a player's stats, if you look at their VPIP percentage relative to their pre-flop raises, now this is a small sample size. We're only 40 hands in. It's in a short amount of time. The more compressed your VPIP is relative to your pre-flop raise percentages, at least in Hold'em, I would imagine that it translates to PLO, the more optimal you're playing. So,
yeah. It definitely is the correct logic.
Is he in the booth? No.
He mentioned that he's playing some.
I'm gonna straddle next time.
Three-way action.
Bingo Ben's gonna like that flop. He's flopping top 2 and or top 3, excuse me. There's Chris Coles. Board pairs the 8. He leads out for 300.
All right, about 40 hands in now. Just over 2 hours into the stream. Oh, Omar, going to be in Dallas in June. What do you play? I know you need to leave, but you can stay on for like 60 more seconds. What do you play? And you're more than welcome to play the stream when you're down here. I don't know if you play PLO, if you play Hold'em. We stream anything from 1 to 500 cap, 1-3, 1K cap, up to 25, 50, 50 big blind, any uncapped PLO, Congress, which is known as Big O everywhere else except for Texas. But we play everything here.
Got a good mix going on.
One of the only streams across the nation that literally streams 5 to 6 days a week. PLO 5-5. Come hit me up, Omar. We'll get you in the lineup for one of those streams. Now you see how our PLO games play.
Indeed.
Do that, and I'm gonna be like, this one pair is gonna have something nuts.
Just say what pair. Oh, like
And I'm gonna be like, I thought you just called.
Oh, that's smart. I mean, they're
Gotta call, then commentate, slowing down the action, you know? Terrell should be there saying, hey, buddy, it's on you.
Yeah.
Raise or call. Oh, sorry, I have the nuts.
I've never played a tournament with time. You?
I've never done that either. Have you done that, Eddie, before?
What's that?
Play a tournament where there's like a time bank, so you only have like so many seconds to make a decision, or you got to throw like, I guess they give you like an extension chip to use.
I have not. You usually don't see those until you're like play the high rollers.
Gotcha. Is that what that is? I had no idea. So
Bingo Ben here with turning 2 pair.
Michael turns it though. He's got the nut straight, 10 high straight,
and he's short stack. Start betting him. Start betting it. Using very opting not to bet here, not to raise here with the straight.
But Rick's gonna like it. He flops a wrap on it, so he needs a 7 through a queen. He will continue.
Lots of bad turn or river cards for Michael here.
Yeah, spades kind of kill all the action.
And that's not really one of them. King of clubs, kind of it's a relative blank.
That's a clean run out for Michael. He likes that river card.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's going to come in for a raise here. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
With a min click 600? Okay.
7 maybe? 800?
800?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bingo Ben, snap fold. He folded before the camera get back to him. So.
Yeah. Yeah, Michael will absolutely love that run out.
Great run out from Michael there. Safe run out.
What did OSC say? He said he's
Where do you live, Simon?
he can only play an hour though. In Germany. I'm just visiting.
Oh, so Simon is from Germany. He's just visiting, so.
Well, welcome. It's a long travel from Germany.
I'm trying to learn German on my Duolingo.
I use Duolingo on the plane ride over to Germany and like learn how to order a beer. That's pretty much it.
Kenny can better have it.
That do his job. Or you just say beer.
Jermane, you're just going to call the $20 straddle with what we call dry kings, right?
Yeah.
Super dry. Like, it's such a, I mean,
Well, right.
yeah, for the most part. I mean,
That's like it's like a king Badugi, but technically not a Badugi because he's paired in the kings.
Yeah.
But he's got one of every suit.
the 10 has some connectivity with some Broadway straight draws, but that two spades dangler there, not going to do much for him.
No.
Someone just raise it? Oh, no, somebody...
No, Simon did. He raised it with the ace-jack 9-7.
Ah, basically, he was aggressive early on. It's been kind of, spot dead for an hour plus now, picking up their aggression this hand. 500 in the pot.
Just shy of it. Chris, once again, will flop trip sixes. What does Chris bet? 600 it looks like? Or no, you can only bet the pot. So
yeah, 500.
495 is what he bet, yeah. Gotta keep reminding myself we're playing pot limit here sometimes.
What if PLO was a no limit? I mean, I've seen like the online version of it being no limit. That'd be so stupid.
No, that's what I'm saying. I actually
that's like degen above all degen.
It's easier for me to play pot limit in a pot limit game, even if everybody has a lot of money. But you still know it's still pot limit to where you're not going to exactly the hands you can choose to play with. No one can just money whip you.
All right, let's take a look at these cumulative win and losses so far again. Or the stack sizes first before we go cumulative win losses. Rick again with that big hand against Bingo Ben where he rivers a straight flush draw up. The only player above 5 digits at 10K. Bingo Ben reloads for the full 10K to match the stack. Chris about 6,500. Jermane and Michael playing it relatively tight and against the vest here. Doing fine as well though.
There's a wide range here of stack sizes. So,
and that's the thing. Like even with PLO, like a stack like Michael's stack size, you could easily double up.
Yeah, I mean, as you can tell from that stat right there, Bingo Ben's the one who's so far had the just like the worst of the night. Everybody else who's been losing is actually just relatively, just marginal.
I've just been told that OFC is going to be filling in, coming from the floor, going to be playing this game.
Well, welcome.
Hand 41.
Here's some. Look at these hands here. We got aces double suited from Michael. We got ace king king jack from Simon. Simon thinking about re-raising here? And I think he just did.
Yeah, I'm going to get gangster here. I think Michael's going to want to just get it in.
I think so too. And if you remember saying last time I was on the stream, the advice I'd give to anybody new to this game is if you got to be careful overplaying kings.
Right. Agreed.
Because what Simon just did here, he's raising with the kings. I'm not saying it's a bad raise, but he's about to find out exactly why. Yeah. And now what do you do? Because he knows he has aces.
Right.
And he's got an ace himself, so it's just he needs to get away from this hand.
Yeah. If he had like ace king of spades with a king of clubs, jack of clubs, maybe. Yeah. And he's going to go all in. Bingo Ben just knows he's never, ever. I mean, he still has some equity here, but he is stuck also, right?
Yeah, he's
going to make the call. We're going to go 3 ways.
No, Michael actually should be loving this position. I mean, he's basically trying to dodge a king and a 6. I'm not saying he can't lose if other ways, but that's the bulk of what he's having to just worry about right now.
All right, just confirm OFC is now in the lineup.
He's in.
There he goes right there, sitting down. Going to be playing this Thursday's game, 10 quarter big blind ante. Uncapped game. Oh, okay.
Michael, he flops. I mean, he didn't need to, but he has the top two.
Bingo Ben with diamonds. Turns diamonds.
And that's it. Aces and sevens. We'll take it all.
All right. Michael here with a nice little double, triple. I guess triple, actually. Simon with side pot. Bingo Ben down quite a bit now. Down probably about 14, 15K.
That's the like I said, that's the one risk about playing kings too fast in this game is when you run into aces, it's just like running into aces versus kings and hold'em. It comes out to be the same effect.
Yeah, poker's like poker. What do you play? Do you play PLO? Do you play hold'em? I'm assuming since you're watching a PLO stream that you like the 4-card variety.
I was going to call it 480, but I knew that was coming back.
What was your hand? 7-3 what?
7-3 hearts, 10 jack of spades.
Double suited. It's a good flop raise.
Well, I open ended, then I see the turn.
Broke even, right? Fuck, my left line. You want $200? It was fun though.
Almost got that 22 flop.
Only I can play like big red. No big guy.
Okay, so what do you play? What stakes do you play, poker? You're from Chicago, so you know Wolfgang and some of those guys. I can't see your avatar. So for the record, from my end, I have to look really, really hard. But it looks like there's what is going on? All right, we've got a $40 straddle on. Again, it's 5-5-10, so it's a double straddle on this hand.
$40 restraddle.
Yeah. It wasn't supposed to be.
Okay, so you're from. When you say you're from GB, is that Great Britain or is that Green Bay? So I'm not sure which one that is.
Yeah, because I don't know either.
Just for the record, we have a lot of Europeans coming to Dallas to play, so that's why I jumped to conclusion when I say GB. So. Okay, so you know Mr. Delivery, Alvin Lau's down here, Wolfgang's down here. Wolfgang's down here for about 6 months, I think.
Enjoying the Texas scenery.
Yeah. I got some friends, some people that I know from Houston that are checking up Dallas to see the poker scene. So they're testing it out for a month to see if they like it or don't like it. So Green Bay, okay. It's a good thing I clarified.
Wisconsin.
The Cheeseheads, I like it. I'm down with it. Jermane's going to be 230. We're going to go a lot of players to the flop.
It's a big priority right now, going to the flop. I don't quite see the flop. I thought I saw an ace on that flop from the long camera angle.
Jermane, top two. No one with clubs.
No one with clubs. Top two. He smashed this flop, especially compared to everybody else. I don't think anybody else can really continue. I think he pots it, right? So he potted the flop, and
I think if somebody has like clubs, like they're the only player that can continue on this board. Somebody with clubs.
Or if somebody had like a King Jack 10, had a wrap on Broadway, they probably continue, but nobody really has any of that. This is where someone used to have like a deuce 3-4, go for the wheel.
Somebody in Texas would have that hand, though, for the record.
Shoot, I'll have that hand sometimes. That's where you make your most money from, is hands like that.
So I know you're from Fort Worth. So where are you, like, how long you been in Dallas now?
Me? Well, I mean, I still live in Fort Worth, but I just been working out here in Dallas.
How long does it take you to get here from Fort Worth?
It's like 30, 45 minutes.
It's not that bad.
It's not that bad. I used to live in Denton. I used to commute from Denton all the way to South Fort Worth every morning for like a day job. So it's not too bad. And that day job did not consist of going and playing poker and or dealing poker. So
Well, the money went in free.
So players with some money now going to be taking some shots and playing.
I have a feeling we just scratched the surface on the action heating up.
Yeah. Oneida Casino has a 2-5. Okay. Come down to Texas for like a week or two.
There we go.
There's a reason Mr. Deliver, Steven Tixay, has moved permanently down here, and why Wolfgang is here for 6 months.
Bingo Ben with a very, very strong hand in this game.
Yeah.
Jack 10, 9-8.
Nice.
Suited in 3 spades, but it's still a very playable hand.
Good, nice little rundown hand here.
Absolutely.
Jermane now with a terrible hand himself. Double suited queens.
Yeah.
Out of position though.
Michael not the worst hand. I mean, he's got a suited ace, ace king 8-7. OFC flopping 2 pair aces and deuces. But checks around. 5 doesn't change too terribly much. But now OFC's opting to bet. It's going to bet 400.
Recognize this 2 pair is good. Jermane may want to peel a try. Oh, yeah, no, he's not. All right. Now, I've watched OFC play a ton of 2 card on our Friday, Saturday streams.
Not so much sample, biggest, not a big sample size of the 4 card.
Sean, I saw you had a big tournament score a couple weeks ago. Big. Huge. Huge.
No, I'll tell you that story. It's really funny. Yeah.
So we were drinking.
Yeah, I gotta hear the story.
Okay.
I don't want to play the cash game.
Okay.
So we're like, fuck it.
Just jump in 100 and keep
It's
drinking.
right there.
Keep drinking.
Yeah, we're leaving just right there. I'm like, all right, fuck it.
How many entrants?
I don't know, like 14.
You got in late? Yeah, I mean, like super late or what?
I don't know if it was early, late. We just joined midway. I know that.
That's funny.
I don't know that.
Usually starts at 9. Finish about
10:15, yeah. So a little late.
It only went on for an hour and 15 minutes?
No. I got
He did
free
late
at
dredge,
10:15.
an hour and 15 minutes.
All right, so very good at the 2 card. He played some, like, Kim had to help set up some early PLO streams at 136 H-Town PLO I was telling you about. Played a couple of those. You could tell he was outside of his comfort zone. Now, he was talking about a tournament score. I think that was like the 2nd tournament he played. He had commentated the Friday night stream. It's done at 10:15, and he even said it. He drank a lot during the stream.
Right.
He didn't want to drive, but he didn't want to go home yet either. So he's like, I'm going to jump in this $100 tournament. Ends up shipping the tournament for like $100 buy and wins like $1,200. So now he's a tournament. We talk about like his big tournament score. So
Yeah, that'll boost his stats, right?
yeah, now he's got Hinden Mob now.
He's on Hinden Mob.
Lots of big hands here.
Always interesting when you have aces versus aces at the table. They both have 1 suit, diamonds and hearts respectively.
JMO looks like he's going to come in for the 4-bet. Does come in for the 4-bet here.
We also have some other relatively big pairs. We got jacks, queens. Bingo Ben has 8s. Interesting to see how many people stay going to the flop and what it's going to be.
Yeah, everybody. Now we're going to still go 5 ways, 4 ways.
Wow, Chris Cole's calls, yeah.
Guys, this is a juicy pot, ladies and gentlemen.
It's heating up. I mean, a lot of money going in pre-flop.
Are you against sweats, Michael? You okay with sweats? Yeah, go ahead.
We got 5,700 in this pot. 5 ways. Money's going in at some point. Money's going in at some point.
Let's see who hits it the hardest.
No one.
Michael, sevens or deuces and fours, excuse me. But Chris Coles, I guarantee you, he's gonna like that flop because he paired the 7, and it's. I'll be surprised if Chris doesn't also want to get in this form to the river. So. But Michael with the bottom 2.
Yeah, Jermane's probably going to try to. I wonder if he's going to pot. He's going to go all in.
I don't think Michael's going anywhere. He has aces, obviously, but he's even improved.
He's got 2 pair backdoor diamond draw as well. Now diamonds are pretty much covered based off everybody's holdings here.
You know, I have a feeling that Chris Coles might want to be in this because I feel like he feels like they both probably have aces, which they do.
Yeah.
And then he's thinking he can catch a 9, a 10, a queen, a 7.
Has some weird backdoor equity.
And he doesn't have to worry about flush draws right now. It's a rainbow flop.
Yeah, and believe it or not, he has the second best draw, second most equity in this hand.
Exactly.
On this crappy flop.
So.
Does he just want to ship it here? Yeah, he's got 2 pair. Over pair, backdoor diamond draw.
What would you do if you're in his spot, Eddie? What would you like? Your 5 ways you have aces that just improved a bottom 2 pair on a pretty dry-ish board, flop. What do you think? There's already a million out there pre-flop.
I'm probably shipping it. And the reason I'm shipping it it's because there's not going to be players with too many 2-pair combos or sets here.
Yeah.
I'm a set of 7s here. I mean, Chris Coles with 2 backdoor flush draws.
And
too.
I think Chris goes with it. I mean, he might fold it, but yeah, like I said, I figured
he just does he reship it pretty much?
Yeah. He's putting them on aces, and he's going to gamble trying.
Gamble.
He's going to gamble trying to make 2 pair. He knows he's behind now, but if he
so much money in the pot,
yeah, he'll be looking for the queen 10, 9, or 7.
Backdoor hearts. Find the call.
Backdoor hearts. Chris is not lying. He does have a 7. Chris knows what's going on. He probably correctly assumed they both had aces the way that
if Michael reships it there, I don't think I'd be very surprised if Chris Coles did.
Yeah, Michael just called in. Yeah, if he's going to play the hand, he needs to reship it there. He wants to try to price out whatever's out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the nearly $16,000 pot hand 44 here.
Yeah.
Jermane in a lot of trouble.
There it is.
Oh, it hits trip 7s on the turn.
Yep.
Has a hammer lock on this.
Yep. And
Chris Coles up 11K in this hand.
They're going to chop it because they both made aces and aces.
The side pot? Is there a side pot? I didn't.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, Chris Coles had them both covered, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But what I was saying is, if there was a side pot was between Michael and Jermane, it would have just been split because they would have both made the same aces and 7s. His deuces and 4s got counterfeited.
On the flop, run that equity against race.
Yeah, he's favorite.
And OFC's like, what the hell did I just get into? No, OFC's no stranger to playing bigger streams. All right, Michael Franklin is now done with the stream. We are still going to be 8-handed. Jermane's going to reload here.
Eddie, here, can you handle this? I'm going to go jump in the game right now.
Come on, man.
No.
Seat open.
Seat open.
Seat open, baby.
You can solo this, can't you? No.
No,
I'm having way much more fun in here with you, bud.
Yeah, I like being in the booth because it's always plus EV because you're not losing money.
Yeah. I want to see if they're gonna. Is there a list? Is it possible? Are they gonna fill it? Nah, we'll just play it 8-handed for a little while.
Yeah. You know what's funny is like a lot of these people get on the list for like my games for like Friday or Saturday,
Yeah.
So now I'll go out there and I'll make the announcement like it's a 5-10 quarter master stack. Biggest stack is 62,000. Smallest is 12. And like no one jumps up for it.
Right.
Like there was no
Yeah,
doubt.
he has aces after that.
He had double suit the first time we went down. Those are raggy aces.
He has single to the ace.
3 diamonds.
No. He had two dice. Yeah. He flopped bottom two.
Bottom 2 and enough flush.
No, he just didn't flop a flush draw, just bottom 2.
He had the most equity in that hand, I think, on the flop, right? Or no, yeah, he had the most.
Because he had the best hand. I mean, because Chris just had a 7, which turned obviously into trips, but.
I mean, he track raises, so he's repping the set.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But if Michael was just up against Jermane and not having to deal with Chris Coles, he would have definitely been in the great shape. I mean, they still would have charged with the 7, but he was light years ahead of Jermane's hand at that point.
It's the same as aces.
I mean, yeah, it is the same, except you're just blocking. You could improve the both.
That's kind of worse than
We're going 6 ways to this flop. Seen a lot of 6-way flops. We're now down to 8-handed though. Nice little flop here for Jermane. Flopping top set. Who has clubs? Simon has the only one with clubs. Jermane with the naked ace
I
of
was
clubs.
like, where's Jermaine? It's on the right side of the
Yeah.
screen. Yeah. Simon has a straight draw and a flush draw.
I wonder if Simon's gonna. Simon is open-ended. He's open-ended with a 7-high flush draw, so he's got a little bit of a combo draw. It's not the best flush draw.
Definitely not the best flush draw. We'll see what he does.
I'll be surprised if Rick calls here. Interesting call by Rick here.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious about that call. I'm surprised seeing the call bottom pair of 3s. See what happens.
Oh, and Simon folds. It's currently showing
A lot of white on our screen. There we go. Simon would have had the best hand if he stayed. He would have made the flush.
Yeah.
And the straight.
Actually, no, Jermane boated up.
Did he?
Yeah,
oh, he did vote up.
Queen's
Yeah,
full of 9s.
He did. I thought that was a 6 of diamonds, not a 9. My eyes must be playing tricks on me tonight.
Eat up at this table, you just can't move it up here. You move it on your table.
I mean, I don't care if you eat your burger. Like, the food doesn't bother me as much on the table.
Do you want it?
The most tilting thing is when they put their drinks on the RFID table. I'm like, oh.
Putting the drinks where?
On the actual table itself.
Oh, yeah. Up to hand number 46, just burning through.
Getting more hands in this stream than prior PLO streams in the past, so. Checks around here on this flop. 3 of diamonds brings in some backdoor
flush draws.
Diamond draws. 3 players with diamonds.
Yes, sir. No, never. I thought somebody turned 2 pair, but now Bingo Bench still just has the kings.
Chris is gonna make the call. Oh, he's gonna make the call.
OFC needs to maybe get a 4.
Oh,
No.
this is a bad.
We are going to go flush over flush. And OFC will be raised.
Yeah, Chris,
How much do you bet here, you think? What's the pot at right now? 385?
450, 500. Yeah, and he knows. Good fold. He knows he just got rivered. No one's raising there without a better flush there. And I mean, you could theoretically make the argument that he could be doing with the naked ace of diamonds, but
Yeah.
you don't see. You can. That's kind of next level, but you don't generally see that on a normal basis. Although, let me phrase that. On these streams, I don't see people making those moves specifically. But that is kind of like a next level move if you use that naked ace.
Yeah. Usually to pull it off successfully, the pot has to be bigger. You know, it's
Right.
It's sort of, it's not really worth it to try to pull off the dry ace whenever you're
Right.
The pot is just is relatively smaller. You're just gonna get called.
For me, it's the opposite. When I go play Hold'em, I expect the third card.
Yeah. So there's like, is this what I gotta work with?
What's really funny is I could joke with Rick because it's got a freaking bracelet and 2 card. So
Yeah.
like you're pretty good if you win a bracelet in any if you win a bracelet in anything, any event. I don't care if there's
It's a ring, it's a bracelet, any kind of jewelry, right?
Like I think you're legitimized. Not that he wasn't already, but I'm just saying like, you know. But it's so funny that like he's kind of converted to like PLO now. I think, right? I know Jen's in the chat. I think.
Yeah.
So
what what event was it, or like what year was it? Did he win that bracelet?
2018, 19.
So within the past like 4 or 5 years. Okay.
Before COVID, it was the crazy the 888.
Oh, that's the only one. The 888.
Yep.
888. Well, congrats to him. That's awesome.
It's
And,
kinda,
and it's tough to go through those fields. I mean, it's a minefield. So, like I said, I've definitely had close friends who've gotten final table at events, but I don't have any close friends who has a bracelet. So.
yeah. I think he's the only one I know that has a bracelet. I know a bunch of people with rings.
Yeah.
Circuit stop rings, but I don't think I know anybody else with a bracelet.
When you get them, they're hard to come by. Especially in Hold'em, the fields are just massive.
Super dry rainbow board. Some weird straight draws, but that no one has.
Yeah, I mean, like Chris has like a gutter to a 6 high,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't say he's
He's not too thrilled about that.
he's not
though.
too thrilled about that flop.
Oh, so Jen was saying he had to beat over 10,000 people.
Yeah, and just a remarkable feat. Just more power to him.
Is that why you married him? Is because he won a bracelet? Jen?
Yeah, I know. Did that? I was like, hey, he can keep the bracelet. Just give me the ring.
Right. Jen Alvarado is going to be playing, well, as of last week, she was playing the 125 women's stream next Thursday. So I'm assuming you still are playing next week. Those invites have been sent out. Actually, I had that text that I just sent you not that long ago, Jen, like ready to go like 3 days ago, but I've been so busy running the stream and the tournaments by myself. Not by myself, but scrambling to get help in terms of running the live stream and the tournament. So
Who's
somebody repotted?
Yeah, I would say I think someone raised it, but Simon had one, he's got the better flush draw, and 2, he has the only pair, so he's in decent shape right now. He just doesn't know it yet.
I think what's happening is he's like, trying to figure out how much it is, and then she's going to relay it to Katie how it is. She's going to put it in, and then it's going to get squared away. So
perfect. Simon's actually in a lot better shape than he thinks he is right now.
He pretty much just like
If he can just dodge like a 3, a queen, or a 6, he'll be just fine. He doesn't know it yet. That's assuming he gets called. I mean, Chris is obviously could easily fold this hand. Yeah.
Yeah, and it'd be tough for the Chris to continue there.
I mean, it is, like I said, once again, he doesn't have a pair. He's got draws. He's got a
All
queen
in
high.
full. Yep, there it goes right there. All right, Jen says, yep. Just told him I wouldn't go out with him if he didn't have at least 500K tournament wins.
Wow.
Gangster. I don't know if you're trolling or not, because if that's true, that's the greatest
That's hilarious,
thing.
yeah.
I'm just going to pretend it's a true story.
Please.
It makes sense because Rick definitely married up. So
that's very kind of you to say.
Yeah, so I mean that makes sense.
Not even supposed to be here.
Simon said I'm not even supposed to be
Not
here.
even supposed to be here today.
I think I said he's visiting. I don't know if he's.
You said Germany, right?
Yeah, I don't know if he's because when he says he's visiting, I don't know if he's just like for work or what.
Well, whatever the reason, hope he's having fun while he's here.
And a lot of these people like contact me when they're coming in town for a few days and they want to play a 1-2, 1-3, or 2-5. I'm like, dude, I'll get you on the stream. It's like,
yeah,
because like I said, yeah, wherever they are, they may or may not have a live stream, and if they do, it's like big stakes.
Yeah, and like I said, we're one of the very few places who are streaming like 4 or 5 days a week,
Yeah,
right?
anything from 1-2, 500 cap all the way to 2550 on cap. So.
I give up. 2 pair. Where? Did you see a roof? Just now. What? Where? 6-9. Wait, which hand? The last hand? Yeah. But there's still a river to come. It's not that I'm dead. Oh. Can make better to the can make
Just about an hour and a half left in the stream. In about 2 hands, I'll pull up at hand 50. Pull up the stats for this live stream. Thanks for tuning in. Tuesday special PLO match a stack here.
I have a pair, I have the nut first.
I told you we're going to charge you for that shit.
Y'all are. Y'all definitely are charging. Is that in here? I don't know how I didn't know this time. I got it. All in pre-flop recame with Aaron Sixes. Yeah.
Oh, no, not you.
Did he come here? This is gonna be a sick hit. Is this small? I think it's been a while. Yeah, we've had our set.
Stacy's back in the box.
Yep. 3 players going to a flop.
Looks like it's just going to be the blinds here. Thanks to Brandon K. Where are you tuning in from? Really appreciate you tuning in. 447 board. Kind of a weird board.
Yeah.
Okay, so Simon does turn 2 pair, but it is a paired board.
Turns 8s and 7s.
And as played, Simon's going to take this pot down. Really no need to bet. Not much worth his calling you. Just take it to showdown value.
Definitely has plenty of it.
bet fold there. Going to take down a small pot.
Straddle's on. Maybe that's a restraddle too. No, it's just a straddle.
Just a single straddle? Yeah, it looks like it's just a single straddle from Chris Coles. He does have the stack to do it now with.
He did have. He caught that trip. The trip sevens from earlier. Made a really one really big pot. OFC picking up the aces.
Single suited aces, 2 pair in his hand.
He just calls with the aces because Jermane raised to 100 before him. Playing it slow.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot.
He is in position. Now, again, when you just like call there, it's going to be tough to navigate post flop. Although he's in position of 3 other players in this hand. 5 players to this flop. Oh, who has a jack?
Nobody.
No one has a jack.
Aces up for OFC.
And again, he does have the ace of club. Good recognition. Gonna bet really small, kind of a blocker bet.
Yep.
Haven't seen that much tonight with the
Small
block
bet.
bet.
He's gonna find out right now. Okay.
Who's got
what?
Anybody has something? Yeah, Jermane with not enough backdoor equity. Gonna make the fold. Chris here with just a flush draw. 9 of spades. I want to see OFC barrel here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if he does. Slows down.
He's gonna
though.
slow down though.
Into disaster because Chris sneaks out a very hidden sevens full of jacks.
Now I'd like to see him go big here. Oh, he's gonna check.
Yeah. He was not expecting that.
Yeah.
OFC was not. He's like, if I just would have bet the turn, I win that pot right there.
Yeah, I think for sure that if he bets turn.
Yeah.
I mean, OFC like losing the minimum there. He could have tried to bet river there, but it's such a weird board. It's like a double paired board, right? I think
The
it was
double
like,
paired, Jack, Jack, 9, 9,
Yeah.
7. And the straight draw gets there too. 8, 10 makes it. Round of 40s, here we go.
OFC will straddle always.
He'd straddle to 160 if he was able to, right? If they did it around far enough.
So every time somebody asks, they ask to play the 5-10 quarter stream, I'm like, I don't think you guys realize how given that. Like, I need you to watch the past 2 weeks. They're like, yeah, we don't want to pay that. Friday, what about Saturday's game? They're like, well, the quarter's going to be on the 50th. They're like, that's fine. I'm like, no, I don't think you even understand how big the 5-5-10. Like, I'm not trying to dissuade you, but like, no, I kind of let them know the expectations of the
Exactly.
streams. Like, I think for the the Saturday stream, like
You got to come with a big appetite if you really want to play this sometimes.
yeah. So I told them, I was like, if you're not willing to bring 10K, like, don't play.
Yeah.
And literally, like, I try not to dissuade anybody, but again, I try to temper expectations. Literally, they're like, well,
Don't bring a knife to a gunfight is all you're trying to
Yeah.
say to the guys.
and they're like, okay, it's 1,500 to 3K buy-in. They're like, oh, so what's the minimum? I'm like, if you're asking what the minimum buy-in is, you shouldn't be playing the stream.
Right.
And I get it. If you want to take your shot, that's fine. But like, if everybody's buying in for 3K and you're the one buying for 1,500 and you're playing stare, people are going to just come after you. I would.
Right.
So I tell them, why don't you play like the 2-5, 1,500 cap? You guys can bring 4 to 5K. Got a couple bullets. Play the 1-3-1K. Bring a couple bullets. Get your feet wet there. So, because those players that play the Friday, Saturday stream, they're not afraid to play.
Yeah, they're bringing money to play if they need to. I guess the 40's on. Here we go.
Yeah, and I always joke because I'm like, if OFC is playing the Saturday stream, he always just says, "Do you guys want to start with one orbit of 25 straddle?" And it just never goes off. Danny, this past Saturday, he's like, "Do you guys want to just put the 25 straddle on the whole stream?" And everybody's like, "That's fine." So I'm like, "Okay." And nobody wants to be that guy that says no, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense.
So did somebody make it?
Someone, yeah, raised.
80, I think somebody raised it to 80.
I think that had to be Jermane, right?
Yeah, everybody's good here. Let's make sure all the action's good. Oh, see with the mystery cards.
Your cards haven't read yet. What are yours?
Could be a bad deck.
60.
Let me see. See, she's gonna need a deck here.
Chris turning 2 pair of 10s and 4s. Jermane not slowing down is going to pot it for 1680. Bingo Ben calls with a straight draw, looking for a jack or a 6. It's back on Chris if he wants to continue. He does have the best hand with the 10s and 4s. And he puts it in. There will be a side pot between Jermane and Bingo Ben. Oh, prematurely exposed his cards. And Bingo Ben's going to scoop it with a 10 high straight. Eddie stepped out, but they just had three-way all-in action, and Bingo Ben gins it, makes the nuts on the river to scoop a three-way all-in.
Oh wow, nice for him. Kind of puts a dent a little bit in his losses. Kind of.
Yeah, that should
reduce his
definitely
loss.
That should help him get closer to the black now for sure.
Yeah. He's still got a bit of ways to go, though, but... So Chris is reloading. He's going to add on 6K, down about 2K now. Again, this is the great thing about PLO.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised that Chris put it in with that 2 pair right there. It was actually the best hand going to the river. He actually had the best of it, but still was a little surprised he did so.
You were begging to get in here. You're like, where's the open seat? Where's the open seat?
I tried to avoid it too, and he's like, come play for an hour.
Not very hard for you to hit 1 hour and shit.
In 1 hours.
Yeah.
Referring to that straight flush he hit against him earlier.
Yeah, that is the second. Like he said, that's the second time he's hit a 1-outer on the river. A few weeks ago, it was quads against trip 10. I think trip 10s on the river. Oh, sorry, trip 10s on the turn with the ace kicker. Pokernomics.
And who hit that card again? That hit the 1-outer?
Rick.
Well, that's how he wins bracelets, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to hit 1-outers. That's how you do it.
And I think Pokernomics turned King's Full.
No. You're talking about the previous hand.
Yeah, the previous week.
Yeah.
Like King's Full, and then Rick Rivers, the third 10. He has ace 10, so he rivers quads.
Right.
Earlier, they got it L in, and he rivers a straight flush, and that was like the only diamond where he could have won. I mean, there's some other cards, but that was the only diamond.
Well,
he could have.
what was hard to because who did he win that pot off of? My memory's just
Bingo
going to-
Ben, I think.
Bingo Ben. Was that's who had that hand?
Yeah, I believe so. Not 100%.
Well, yes, because he had some straight draw cards he could have caught to win, but once the 9 came off and he made the 9s full of aces, he was dead to the 10 of diamonds,
right?
And so it makes it more painful when it comes on the river. Some strong hands here going to, wow, there we go. Top set for Rick. And then Jermane has aces in the ace-high flush draw. So this could be an action flop as well. I assume it's going to be. If you're Rick, when it gets back to you, do you smooth call or do you just go for the check raise now? I mean, what's your?
I think you have to come in with the check raise because you want to try to deny some equity against some flush draws. But
yeah.
Or you can, let's backtrack right quick.
Okay.
So you can take it 2 different ways. One, you can just call and evaluate a turn. You can try to get it on the turn if a spade doesn't hit.
Right. Or the straight draws don't come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's going to come in for the raise here. I don't blame him. You don't want to take this 3 ways, right? Now, heads up, man, that's the thing.
All right, I knew this wasn't going to go 3 ways because I knew he was.
Yeah, Jermaine's going to just ship it. Rick's going to snap call.
Yep.
I mean, it's effectively putting them all in, right?
Yeah.
I think he made it 2,600, and that was all that he had left, I think.
Right.
So
he needs the case ace if it's still there. I know when ace is
spade.
gone. He needs the spades.
Yeah, you can't like it too much with a third spade in his hand.
No.
Minus diamonds. It gives Rick some additional outs.
There it is.
He gets there on the river.
He gets there.
All right, Jermane. Again, we're seeing some of these back and forth going.
Wow.
Yeah. So I agree. He's blocking his boat redraw, so he'd call and evaluate. Yeah, so that's what I was saying. There's 2 ways you could play that hand. You could come in for the razor, which is what he did, or you can kind of just call. The money's going to go in on the turn when he picks up the diamond draw, right?
Here's the kind of, it's 2 ways. Sometimes you kind of want to you disguise your hand if you just smooth call. You don't want to let your opponent know you have top set. But if the spade doesn't come on the turn, or if it comes a blank, like it came backdoor diamonds, right? So now you kind of give your opponent even more attention, more outs by playing it slow. So
now, he did have the diamond, so he turned some additional outs with the top set. So he had to redraw to the king high diamond.
Right.
Flop top set, turn king high diamonds. Now, if he tried to get it in on the turn there, Jermane may have folded there if he would have waited to evaluate a turn, knowing that there's only 1 card left for him to hit the nut flush there. Yeah.
Like I said, it's all situational, right?
Right.
There's really it's not wrong to check raise there. It's not wrong to just to smooth call and evaluate on the turn.
Joey, this is coming from a guy that plays 2 cards that was a tournament player converted to cash. So I've taken my shots at PLO back in Houston, but ever since I moved to Dallas here, I really don't play too much PLO unless it's included with like a round of each. So
Rick, I actually like it. He's potted it. He's got Queen Jack 8-7 double suited. Definitely a strong hand to take multi away. It just
gapped
depends.
rundown hand, so a double suited gapped rundown.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I said that right, but you guys know what I'm trying to say here in the chat.
It probably won't happen, but if a 9-10 comes on this flop, he'll have what's called main to Spain as far as a straight draw comes.
Gotcha.
This flop.
Does flop top 2 pair,
which is the equivalent of a 20 card wrap.
Yeah. Bingo Ben here, backdoor hearts. Also backdoor Broadway draw needs a gutter to a straight. Rick here's gonna see bet.
Rick smashes it. I'm actually. I don't know what he bet. What did he bet?
350 to 800.
Yeah.
Bingo Ben's gonna make the call here with backdoor equity. A heart, 10 of hearts, 9 of hearts, 10 of hearts. Oh, 10 to spades.
Yeah, like I said,
Bingo Ben gets there.
It's an unfortunate turn card. I'm surprised I thought he would have potted with. I personally would have potted with the Queen Jack 5 rainbow when I flop top 2.
Yeah,
but
2 of spades. Bingo Ben's probably gonna. I wonder what sizing Bingo Ben's gonna go with here. 1100?
Probably, 900 to 1100.
It's a little bigger than that, I think. Maybe let's see.
Yep, you're right. I'm always wrong on this, and you're right about these things because you nailed it.
I said to target sets, maybe.
Yeah.
Set of queens, set of. So Rick was the 3. Okay, so aces. So yeah, he knows the only hands that really beat him are sets, and ace king.
Yeah. Rick's just thinking it over. I'm pretty sure. I'm not saying. Yeah.
I think
it might be a crying call. He's not gonna like it, but
against Bingo Ben, like I don't blame him for making the crying call here.
Yeah.
Again, we've seen Bingo Ben has 85% VPIP, the highest pre-flop raise percentages. So.
I think the more he thinks about it, the more he's going to fold.
Yeah. Well, this is how good of a player Rick is. He's a very good player.
Very good player. Bracelet winner.
Yeah, I think this is kind of like on those like. Yeah, he makes a call, and I think he makes a call because it's Bingo Ben. If it's like Sean or maybe one of these tighter players here, like against like, let's say Michael Franklin's still in the game. Michael Franklin makes that bet, like Rick's gonna snap full there.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. No, I don't blame him for calling in that spot at all.
He's still having a hell of a stream. He's still up. He's up about 2K. So
yeah, there's a big part he lost. It was the when he had the set of kings. He lost.
Yeah.
He lost to Jermane when he made the nut flush. There's still plenty of time here. Bingo Ben with kind of roller coastering back up a little bit. He had a rough start, but
yeah, he was down 13, 14K at some point. So
that's the when you get more multi-way all-ins in a game like PLO,
right.
it definitely it just takes that one hand. I mean, he was stuck around like 10K or so, and then that one hand got him back up there. Being from Houston, are you a big Astros fan?
So I used to be big into sports as of like the past couple of years, and I don't know if it's because of a COVID thing or just post-divorce or whatever. I was just like, I haven't been watching as many sports. Like I'll check the standings and stuff like that, and see updates and whatnot. But in terms of like sit there watching games, now I'm just too busy.
Rick here, middle set. Checked it through. I would like to see him bet that though.
He does turn a little bit of. Turns queen high flush draw along the middle set, but Bingo Ben does have the second nut flush draw.
He does.
I foresee a re-raise here.
I think he will re-raise. I think he's going to try to get as much in right now as he possibly can. He could, he could pot it for about. He's potting it. He's not potting it. He's raising smaller, but he could have made it about 1,500 if you were to pot it right there. Opts to go for about 1,050. It looks like.
So Bingo Ben just calls her to pot size river bet.
If he does call, they'll be about 2,500 or 2,600 in the middle. Yeah,
pretty close to pot. Pretty close to stack SPR. Okay.
I don't think Rick's particularly worried about that race. I'm actually think he'll value bet this.
Yeah, 1,800 to 2K, 1,800 to 2,200 is the number I'm thinking.
He might not. He might just check this because I feel like if he bets it and he gets raised, or even if he gets called, it's just a hand that beats him. So, I mean, what is he going to bet here that Bingo Ben's going to pay off if it's not aces full or better? So. It's interesting. We'll see what he does. I just feel like
a bunch of draws miss.
I just feel like there's nothing he's going to bet here that he's going to call and beat, or have a worse hand with.
In the tank about what to do. He's looking like he's going to bet. He's just trying to figure out sizing.
Yeah.
2/3 pot.
2/3 pot, yeah.
Bingo Ben doesn't have much.
I don't have a good comment here.
Now, Bingo Ben, he was looking for the 2-3-5 or the club. He had the straight draw on the club draw. He had a combo draw.
Rick, you're playing full stream? Not tonight. I gotta be back at 8 a.m. for the. Are you serious? You're gonna go at 8? You a pair? Good? Here, I'm playing.
Dallas Stars starting off hot. Draw blood.
So that's right. You're not necessarily. Are you a hockey fan or you're a Dallas Stars fan?
Well, both. I like hockey. I used to play like street hockey when I was a kid. And
okay.
I appreciated that, and like I said, it's not for everybody. Definitely don't find a bunch of. I mean, I'm not saying you don't find hockey fans in Texas, but it's not football. So
I played hockey in the 4th grade because of the Mighty Ducks.
There you go.
Movie. And then my mom saw how much bigger the kids were for me, and she didn't let me play the next year.
Oh,
I thought it was. I mean, plus I'm like small, so I feel like I have to fight back. So I would just get get feisty back. So she was like scared. She's like, "You can't play next year." I'm like, "Whatever." So,
I was always sad when they didn't make the D4.
Gosh.
I guess D3 bombed so bad at the box house. They're like, all right, Disney, we're pulling the plug on this franchise for now.
D3 wasn't even that bad. They came up with a.
The game changes, right? That's what they should do, like a Cobra Kai kind of thing. They revamp it, or they
did. So they came up with a little. They came up with a little show, and it was like Gordon Bombay was actually like the owner of this
like hockey rink or something.
Yeah, some like rinky-dink hockey rink, and this single mom with her son who didn't make the Black. Was it the Black Hawk or the Hawks, right, or whatever?
No, I think now the son he's trying to be on the Mighty Ducks because now they're the powerhouse after all these years, right? They built up, but he's not good enough, so like she wants to take him and use Bombay to start their own hockey league because now the Mighty Ducks are the Blackhawks of the first film, right?
Okay, yeah, that's what it is. And then like they brought back like some of like Jermane, like some of these old school like Adam Banks.
Yeah.
And they brought some of these for a couple episodes.
They needed the work. They needed the cameos, right? So they brought back some of the actors.
Yeah.
You know.
I watched season 1 of and I don't watch like Disney movies, but like from a nostalgic standpoint, just because I love Mighty Ducks.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I watched that season. I don't know if they ever came out with a season 2. I never checked, but
I think they did. I forgot what happened with it. Like I said, Karate Kid was before my time for sure. But
How old are you?
35.
Okay, so you're. Yeah, I'm 30. I'll turn 40 this year. So,
but when they did Cobra Kai, I fell in love with it, and trying to not get too sidetracked with the pop culture here as we get back to the hands.
Yeah. Sometimes I have a tendency to do that. So.
Yeah, me too. Trust me. Just checking, going to a flop 4 ways. All spades. So Chris Cole's going to love that. We'll see if anybody else
does anything.
I don't think it's going to happen. This one will probably be wrapped up shortly.
Small bet. 200? Yeah, value bet.
The problem in PLO, especially from a streaming like or commentating standpoint, is when it comes like all spades or all 3 of a kind, the action's done. It's not gonna. The hand's not gonna develop, so to speak, into anything more than it's gonna be interesting.
All right, Terrell's going to wrap us up here in the booth, or wrap us up there on the table, dealer-wise.
So did you go to school out in Houston?
Yep.
Okay. Very nice. So you graduated what, 2000, right?
2001.
2001.
Yeah.
Yeah. It must have been kind of an interesting graduation class because I guess that was 9/11, obviously.
Right.
So you kind of had a.
It was so
just a different time. Yeah.
I graduated in May, so obviously
it happened like 7-8 months before that, right?
Yeah. So. No, I graduated in May of 2001, so my freshman year in college, I went to Houston Baptist University.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Then it happened later that fall.
Like,
okay.
I didn't get up I mean, no one watches, like, as a 19-year-old, you don't get up and watch the news. You just get up and whatever.
Right. It makes sense.
And so, like, when I was getting, because I lived off campus, and so when I was getting there, like, the entrances were blocked off. They were checking ID. I'm like, what's
going on here?
This is weird.
Yeah.
Like, so I was very oblivious that morning what was going on because iPhones weren't as prevalent then.
No,
right?
that was even before. You still had like your flip Nokia phones back then. You didn't even have your Razors weren't even out yet.
Yeah, so I think like that was right when you had the Nokia with the snake game on it. Remember that? So
I do. I had one.
And then, like,
I absolutely remember.
Maybe the Razor was like right around that.
Razor didn't come out to like about probably 05.
Yeah.
I think iPhone came out like 07, 08 kind of. So you still had some time before. You definitely still had your non-flip phone, snake phone.
Yeah. Because I remember when I first started, I graduated in 07, college. Like iPhones weren't prevalent yet. There was BlackBerries were very prevalent.
Those were the big ones back then for sure.
Chris here flopping trips, hammer lock on this hand. Jim, I was going to take a stab at it.
Oh.
Did he raise or did he just call?
He
just called.
Assume he just called. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the thing is his other cards don't really like connect well. It's not a ton of straights. Oh, he does raise. He raises 1,000.
It should work, though. I don't think Jermane's going to continue. Jermane, once again, not having the best night.
Yeah.
I raced so I could find that jam him. I thought he had aces. I don't mind my hand against aces. I think it's like 2 pair of aces. But once he flatted it, I could just jam. So I knew he had aces.
I think you opened 250, he made it 1100.
No, he made it 100. I made it 2 1/4 just to like get him to, because he'd raised 2 hands. I was like, you gotta have aces. And then he fucking made it 1100. I'm like, call.
Right. But if he goes over the top, all in, then
I'm all in. I want to play my hand against aces. Yeah. That's why, I mean, I'm not making it 2 1/4 just to like make the pot juice. Yeah, why you choose some class? No, I'd rather just call 1100 flop top pair and just check in 2 people. You got 3?
Bless you. Bless you.
They're still doing the straddle 40 round.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Chris Cole's gonna come in here with a 3-bet. Looks like I thought that was a
no. I think Chris 3-bet. No, you're right. I'm sorry. Chris does raise.
Okay, so I thought there was a 3-bet. So
yeah. We got a Chris and a Chris Coles. We got to distinguish. Yeah.
Jermane here is going to make the call. Double suited hand here. Interesting 3-bet. I'll tell you what. If you're going to play that hand.
Which one?
Jermane. If you're going to play this hand, you really don't want it to function as a call. He does 3-bet here.
Yeah, he gets it through.
And gets it through, yeah. Nice little aggressive move there by Jermane.
There's not even a showdown for
dollar
last
cards. What do you mean? Yeah. The only thing I'm learning is, besides me, everybody's getting an end.
I love OSC.
I think he's just being a little modest there. I think he knows exactly what he's doing. He's just saying that. It's funny.
We got a double straddle before.
I guess he hasn't looked yet, so are they going to allow the late straddles? Terrell going to allow it? I guess he does.
Yeah, if he hasn't looked.
All right.
These guys know enough each other. Like,
yeah,
this is not the type of player to like say. And he gives action too. So
right.
They're okay with it.
Reshuffle your cards for me, OFC, Chris. And reshuffle Jermane.
About 45 minutes left for us in the booth.
All right, nobody raised. Everyone just $80 straddle. We'll go 5 ways to the flop, it looks like. I stand corrected. Oh, no. No, they went to the flop, right? He just bet the flop. That's what happened there.
And Chris flopping top set on the dry board. Wonder if he's looking for he's going to come in for the raise here, I'm assuming. Especially with Jermane.
He might. I mean, that's actually a very dry board. He might just pill. He might just smooth call.
He makes it 11. Yeah, he makes it 1100. He does come in for the check raise. But there's some weird turn cards that can like bring in additional equity that someone's going to float turn.
No,
with.
that's absolutely true. Comes like a jack or a queen, and somebody who has like an ace jack 10 or whatever just gets just have.
If it brings in one of the suits here that one of these players has it. Yeah, bingo Ben's open end. He's going to make the call here.
Yeah, he's got a wheel draw.
Yeah. Ace or 6.
Jermane gets away, lays down the kings. It's a safe card for Chris.
Yeah, it does bring him in some additional outs. Does bring in 10 high flush draw on turn.
It helps now because Bingo Bin can no longer catch
Yeah.
the 6 or the ace of spades. And don't put Terrell, don't. You gotta pay to see those river cards.
Right.
There's no rabbit hunt in here.
Oh, straight 3. Wait, oh, yeah, top set.
Yeah, I guess he did. I didn't. We don't see what it was exactly, but
Right.
he rabbit hunted it.
What was the straight? 7, 8? 7, 7. I bet. 3, 5, 3, 5, 3, 5. 8, 9. Yeah, but based on, I don't think 8, 9 was
He would have folded 8, 9. Like he would have folded 8, 9.
Sterling Boone. Have you guys seen me fold a straight? Straights are hard to
That's funny.
Do what?
He said, "What do you think I would fold that?"
I'm so glad. That's your hand too.
Ring raise 120. 2, 3 folds. 4 calls. 5 folds.
I like Chris's hand there, actually. Hey, check 10, double suited. Nothing wrong with it.
Six, 7, 8,
6 players going to a flop. 725 is already out there. Ace, I can see an ace out there for sure. Top 2 for J-Maw, aces and 9s.
With the nut flush redraw.
Oh, yeah. I actually overlooked that. It's a really strong flop for J-Maw.
Yeah, and to have that much equity with 5 players in hand, it's pretty solid. And that does bring in
A lot of hard draws, some straight draws, I assume.
OC turning the second nut flush draw on the. Actually turns a nut flush draw.
It's a nut flush draw because the ace is already out there. But
with hearts, he's
but-
going to peel probably.
yeah, as I say, I'm actually surprised that J-Maw.
He folds. Interesting fold there by Sean.
Yeah, I guess he just.
I would at least peel that river with.
Pretty conservative, but
Give me my B tip tonight, that thing. See what that is.
Yeah, let's hear defense.
don't worry, Ben. No one can catch you, buddy. I'm sure you have the highs still. Right, all right?
Right.
So defense was the guy that was busted. 3 hands.
Oh yeah, really?
47, Simon 34, Jermaine 50, Chris 37, Chris 55, J-Ball 40, OFC 55,
81. He's improved it to 81.
Yeah,
he went from 80 to 81.
He was at 86 at one point.
55, you said? 150 is a bit. I feel like I haven't played that.
So who has the side? Not tonight, but do they usually have a side bet to who has the high? Or
Yeah.
yeah.
None of the blinds count?
The lowest I so I'm at
So 3.
34 out.
You didn't do the strap?
No, mine's lower. That's my lowest ever.
Sorry, guys. That seems like a voluntary
I've
thing.
never
to
been
strap.
under 30 or what. Or even under 35. Bad.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, just discard that.
34 on Nick.
Sorry, guys. I'll start playing the other soon.
All right, Stars just took the lead again, 2-1, guys. 2-1 in game one.
Oh, they're in the playoffs already?
They've been in the playoffs, sir.
Yeah, that's how much I know. So
They took down the Minnesota Wild in the first round to advance to the second round. Joe Pavelski with a couple of goals early.
She's way up there on the hot crazy scale though. No, I just can't. I don't want to be the I don't want to know.
Put it for 40 there, Jermaine. Fold.
There's only one girl for me.
we're probably going to get about 75 hands. This is what we normally get
Yeah, it seems about right.
in a 4-hour stream, 9-handed. So
That's 2 colors.
Playing 8-handed now, but yeah.
What do you play, Rick? It's called Shake West Toronto.
Not a bad flop for OFC. Got a straight draw in there. I don't think anybody flopped the king. How much is Rick Beck here, you think? Out of
110.
that's about half pot. Trip, he turned trip threes.
okay, yeah.
The pot was only 200, but I was just curious.
Gonna get it through. Okay, Rick's still up a little bit. Let's take a look at these stack sizes for the last 45 minutes or so in the stream. Chris Cole's up a ton. Has the biggest stack, nearly 17K. Bingo Ben, 11,000.
Yeah.
J-Mob about 9K. Now it's because he's added on. Now we take a look at these VPIP percentages. You know, Simon, OFC. Again, OFC, this is not his game, but he wanted to come into play. Kind of bought in for like 3K, kind of like the minimum, so to speak. So VPIP percentages. Bingo Ben up top. 82%, OFC 54%. Again, slightly misleading because he's only been playing for about maybe a little over an hour, give or take or so.
It's a small sample size.
Yeah, super small sample size. Simon and Rick down at the bottom with 36 and 28% respectively. Cumulative wins and losses.
Think Bingo Ben can get it over 90%?
It's going to be tough.
Nah, it's not enough hands left to really get it that high, but
All things considered, yeah, I say he's only down 8,800 with the guys with stacks this size.
no, is he actually still down that much? I thought
Yeah,
I thought he won that big pot and kind of got closer to even.
Well, he was down like 14, 15K.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he was down 10K, then got down to like 14K, and then kind of reloaded. And
You know those standard days whenever you just lose about 7, 8K, and you're like, hey, that's a good day, man. Because
Right.
I was stuck a lot more than that at one point.
yeah, Simon's been relatively quiet since the beginning of the stream.
Yeah. I like Sean's hand too. 765 with the
Yeah.
suited ace. You know, just flopping the bottom side of that straight.
Yeah, it's going to be Jack 10's there.
Problem is Jermane flopped enough flush draws and a top pair, so he will absolutely.
Two of diamonds, kind of a brick turn.
Yeah, that's 2 pair for Jermane, but he still likes his flush draw.
Small bet, value bet here. Simon's going to get out of the way. Jermaine's going to call. Surprise.
No, he has a 10-eye straight.
10 eye straight. I'm sorry.
So he's OFC actually is not even. He's
Yeah, you're
not going to win this hand. I mean, he has the smaller side of the straight.
Yeah, you're right. So I missed that.
Yeah.
Oh. Simon's so good there.
Yeah. That jack is kind of scary, though, because anybody now with like a 10x could make a jack or even a queen high straight. But OFC's going to table, then he's going to see not big enough. Not big enough.
Simon taking on this little small pot.
You know, I just look away for 1 second, and somehow we would go from being 2-1 up to losing 3-2. Seattle's now up in that game. It's a lot of fast goals. Oh my goodness. it can change just like that, Eddie.
All right.
In the blink of an eye, man.
Bidding on military contracts. Got 2 contracts for this. You know, there's just tens of thousands of those jobs on the website. You bid on them. Veterans get first priority, I guess.
Yeah, no doubt.
Basically, like logistics company. It's like they're just talking. It seems to think it would be a low investment, high return business. Wanting to find the right people, boots on the ground, reliable, reliable.
So have you been playing here at all? I haven't seen you playing.
I
here.
haven't played one hand here.
Okay.
And not that I'm against it at all. I just been working, trying to keep it somewhat, not try not to diminish what I've tried to working here for. But like I said, I'm gonna try to get out to Vegas and play a few of these mixed game tournaments and hopefully try to draw some blood out there. So I could come back with nothing but a story, but it might be fun. That is a unique rule, because I know historically in some casinos, if you work there, you can't play there. You know.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Like, there's definitely places, casinos where, I mean, they have it so serious where, like, if you work there, like, you know, you can't even deal to like your wife or your mother. It's like
wow.
It's that serious. Yeah.
Jermane here with 2 pair. Interesting. Surprising fold the 2 pair there with King 4. I mean, it's a weird board.
Yeah.
Brings in backdoor clubs.
You're never too confident with like anything less than top 2 in this game.
Right. And even with this run out, straights flushes beat you.
Yeah.
I wonder if Rick's going to go in the check call mode or just it's going to go check.
I don't think Rick really loved that card on the river, but
I mean, he does give him 2 pair, but
he does
like,
improve him to 2 pair.
He is going to. It's one of those like a block bets.
Mm-hmm.
If he gets a raise and he knows he's not good, he can just fold.
He just bets 100,
Yeah.
so it's still.
I wonder if Rick's going to try to get spicy and try to do something.
It's tough though. I mean, he doesn't. I can kind of see it if you had a dry king or even clubs in general, but he doesn't have 1 club in his hand.
Like you said, you're betting and you're flush. It wasn't very believable.
No, I'm gonna bet the river or the club, then I gotta bet the tournament.
There you go. Rook with an 8-7-6-5.
Yeah, the little rundown hand here.
It's a great hand.
I wish he was double. If he was double suited, it'd be a little better, right?
Yeah. He's looking to flop obviously straights and 2 pairs. With that hand. The beauty of that hand is if you hit it hard, you know, you're probably alone on
most boards. Yeah,
right.
on more. See here, really disconnected board.
Yeah. Bingo Ben actually still has the best hand at the moment with the jacks leading, but...
And Rick does know this is actually a better board for him. Now, Chris, top pair, backdoor hearts, you got to turn straight. Probably going to make the call. Bingo Ben. I say I'd be surprised if he calls here, but yeah, and he does.
Yeah. See what develops on the turn. That's a great card for Rick, actually. He turns 2 pair, he turns a straight draw. See how he proceeds with it.
If he's gonna go pot here, he doesn't have diamonds. Could be worried about somebody that turned backdoor diamonds.
No, but it's a yeah.
70% pot, 2/3 pot. Yeah, I think Chris is gonna give up here. I wonder if Ben's not gonna give up. No, yeah.
No, he's gonna dump it.
If he had a diamond in his hand, I think 2 diamonds in his hand, I think he's gonna continue there.
Wrapping this up. Eddie, seen any good movies lately? Anything?
No.
Any more pop culture we could talk about at the moment?
I don't watch movies, man. It's
What?
literally just poker, either working or playing, and that's about it.
Man, that is dedication right there. I gotta mix in some art with my poker, man. I can't.
What do you do? What do you like to do in your spare time?
Man, I've been playing some video games more than I need to be playing.
Chris, you're a nice hand.
Yeah,
Aces
very
and
good
jacks,
hand.
single suited to ace of clubs.
Trying to get back into the routine of actually reading, you know.
Jermane here going to make the call. Double suited hand himself. Wheel draw, Broadway draw.
Yeah.
So did OFC get stacked or did he just leave?
He left. He didn't
Okay.
get stacked. Nah, he just cashed out.
I did think he said he didn't know if he was going to be able to stay the whole stream because he was just hanging out. So
Yeah, no, he did not get stacked. He just picked up.
still have him in the software. That's why I was wondering.
Wow, Bingo Ben turning top 2 in a king high flush draw. I wonder what.
Jermane's going to do. Jermane's going to do
Yeah,
anything.
because he's got a jack high flush draw. A straight draw. Queen could get him there. Nah, Bingo Ben will absolutely be betting this right here. It's just a matter of, is he just gonna go for a pot size bet or bet smaller?
I like his bet there.
Yeah, about half pot.
Snap call by Chris here.
Yeah, I wonder what Chris is thinking when he calls there, because he really just has his aces working for him. Nothing really else going on.
No, I didn't see too many queens that were folded, if the queen was folded or not. Jermane needs a queen on there. 4 diamonds, total brick, I think, right?
Brick, yeah.
Top 2 pair here.
Yep. Top 2.
Weird hands to get there like 6, 7.
10 and 9.
All right, bingo Ben here on the comeback trail.
He's coming back.
Now down about 7,700. We got about, let's see here, what hand are we about to be on?
So you got a lot of just work and poker in your schedule, right?
Yeah, it's really all I have time for, if I'm being honest.
I mean, like I said, I see what you now do here back here.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
A lot of people are like, oh, okay, and then people are like, why do you get here an hour and a half early? Well, especially on a bigger stream or stream with new players, I just have to test the software. And post stream, it's like if you're in the booth, you're in here at least 15 minutes after the stream's done, and another 15, 20 minutes to do a proper shutdown. And
Yeah.
but
Yeah, like I said, we had that technical issue tonight. We went black for like.
yeah, that was really weird. So this is not my area of expertise, obviously, in terms of like audio-visual, like tech side. With that being said, like I understand this software enough to where I can run it on my own. But if a issue pops up, I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
So that's why I FaceTime Eric. All right, looks like we're going 5 ways maybe to this flop, maybe more.
Yeah. Simon has lots of kings in play right now for sure.
He's triple blocking Broadway.
Chris has his case king in his hand. You know what? That's funny because that's a flop that's
a relevant flop
for his hand. Absolutely. Rick does not know this, but there will be no king coming on the turn and/or river.
Yeah. That's queen, have queen eye, diamond flush draw, and backdoor
nut flush draw.
Yeah, with the clubs. I think Rick's going to see a turn here. Yeah, we'll do.
What's min buy? What's max buy? 1 to 2. 2K max stack. 2K min buy? We'll do 1K. Yeah, 1K min buy.
And there you go. He does turn the backdoor flush draw. And it's interesting because Simon also turns the king high flush draw. So
yeah, so Rick's definitely not going anywhere.
And even Simon likes it now too because he's got a straight draw working and he's got a flush draw working. And he has what's most important right now is the only pair.
Yeah. Rick's just not folding here ever with a wheel draw as well. Double flush draw with a wheel draw.
And Broadway draw. He just doesn't notice that it's not going to come. Of all the cards that are going to come on the river, a king will not be one of them.
I wonder if Rick's contemplating just to try to like get it in or what. Yeah, he pots it.
You know, it's going to come back to backfire on Rick because I think he misses everything. I'm just assuming he's going to because, and then his kings will hold. I just have a feeling that this part, the flush won't get there, and I think Simon likes his hand enough that he's gonna put it in.
Yeah, that's tough though. That's for the rest of this chips and all he has. He's losing a bunch of 2-pair combos.
You're right. I guess he's playing deeper than I thought. I did.
It's a very high level move by Rick here. Well, he's got even though Simon has physically the best hand, Rick has the best draws and the most equity in this hand. So. It's for his whole stack, so
yeah,
it's tough. It'd be tough to make this call. Yeah, he's like, that's all I have, I think, or pretty much. It's effectively all he has.
It's effectively all he has. If he didn't pick up the club draw, I think he dumps it for sure. But
yeah.
I think he's thinking that I got a straight draw that he knows will be good if it hits. He's assuming he probably has the best club draw. I don't know if he's really going to put Rick on backdoor ace high clubs. So he's thinking, do I go with it? Thinking that Rick's doing it with the set.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, hypothetically, if they get it in, he's going to be surprised. He's going to be happy to know he actually has the best hand going.
Right. When
he
goes back and watch this, he's going to realize he has the best hand. So.
And here it goes.
Oh.
And I'm telling you, like, when it comes to spade or a heart, it's going to be good news for Simon. For a small pot, I guess they're gonna run it. It's probably the first time we've seen him run it twice tonight.
Right.
I don't think we've watched it yet.
So they're gonna run it twice. Okay, Rick gets there.
They got there on the first one. Yeah.
2 hearts. It's gonna be chop pot.
Yep. That's a good thing they ran it twice.
Interesting. That's a tough call for Simon.
It was.
Kings on the bottom. Give me a split putt, guys.
Yeah. I think when they go back around and watch this, neither one are going to assume they had the hands that they had, if that makes sense.
I broke my roll last week and I chopped it when I would have lost. Here I chopped it when I would have. Biggest strategy. As long as you're consistent, right? Yeah.
I somehow I found that you should have
dinner out of my stack.
now I pick up the flop, so I
It's like you make sure they know I took dinner out of my stack.
I'm
Ashton right there. You can see your name.
I mean, I was
I think I might have been a favorite. I might have been a
Got your
favorite.
Strata off for 20.
Really close.
No Strata, no Strata. He's going to the bathroom. He's going to the bathroom. Making full.
No, that's definitely because when he doesn't have a two pair.
What? Then folded. Shocking.
No, he's just getting that king queen Jackson. I want to see the deck because it's really close.
It'd be weird if you peed on yourself.
Really close. What? Of course. Then I'm not checking chips. Probably not checking that.
I kind of want to watch the Warrior game. Got a raise playing for 40. I'm for the Bay Area. I'm big Warrior fan. Can't stand the
Oh, huh?
I mean, it's all like 9.
Good that I guess.
I folded 4, I mean 6 calls.
Yeah, what's left of him, yeah.
205, God.
My mom's dead. Yeah, it was in Florida. 200?
205?
205. I was 24. But she had me when she was 38. But she got way early, 62 years old.
3, 4, 5. 5 times 4 is 200. What's it? 205?
Jermane 3-betting here with the ace, king, queen, 10.
That's a check. That's a check. That's a check.
Got a big pot brewing here, Eddie.
It's not a check. It's not a check.
It was 3-bet pre-flop, and then Simon just gets the wheel.
Ruh-roh.
Jermane led out, leads out here with bottom 2 pair, 4s and 3s.
Backdoor diamond nut draw.
Yeah.
See? And they're both like relative to the blinds. Oh,
Gets it through.
wow. Interesting there. I think because he didn't have enough backdoor equity that he didn't want to continue on that flop.
I think, if he's putting him on a higher straight, he just knows he's in bad
Yeah.
shape and just doesn't let it go.
And I didn't see the pre-flop action, so
Oh, it was Jermane re-raised the pre-flop with like ace, king, queen, 10, I believe.
Straddle for 20. We got a re-straddle to 40. We got a re-straddle to 80.
Did you hear that, Eddie? We got a restart for 80.
let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, Twister 5, 160. It looks like it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, they have restraddled all the way to 160
Let's go.
around.
Oh, I did walk out there and I said, well, this is 15 minutes ago, right? 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago. I did walk out there and said at like 9:30, I said 5 more hands.
How many more hands?
5 more hands.
Oh, yes.
So probably 4 more hands.
You can do it.
Oh, baby.
Somebody need to say the match before.
Ben fold.
Ben folded.
Poor thing. I'm gonna keep the cards right there so you can see it. Let's see. 3, 4, 5, 8, 935. 935 is the number. Let's do it.
That's my hand up?
Yeah, it did.
Oh, it's the same hand that I have.
You say 9?
935? Did I get that correct?
That sounds like
3, 4, 5, 5, yeah. 5,600, 750 plus that.
Getting a confirmation on what he could pot it to now with all those straddles out there. It exponentially goes higher with every restraddle.
Right.
Just double it for every time you put the straddle up. Basically, you can double it as going forward.
730 plus this. 160 times 5 for
160 times 5. What is that? 800. Yeah.
800, yeah.
Yeah. We're a couple CPAs. Well,
Yeah.
future CPA and CPA over here. We should be able to do this.
I knew it's too much.
It's like this. Oh, so Chris Coles has cards, but he's not showing up in the trackers having cards.
That's weird. Well, maybe it hasn't. Maybe it'll pop up here in a second.
Yeah, I think we're just going to have to go back and fix action here. Okay, there you go.
There's the saying. There's the saying.
It's very easy to get caught up on the tracker, so.
Simon's like, I'm gonna go with this hand right here.
Yeah, I think
it's not a bad hand at all.
Yeah, some of these players are willing to gamble it up towards the end of the stream.
It's more and more. So this pot's almost already close to 4,000. Haven't even seen the flop yet. That's I want to say, well, I guess Chris really hits the best of it with the 9. I mean, there's some straight draws in there, I think, but yeah, Simon needs a 10. Chris could a 7 would make him a bottom into a straight. What do you think right here? Simon ripping it with middle pair of 8s for 36.85.
I don't know.
Dude, I mean,
it's such a weird board, though, right? This is like a decent board for the straddle. I don't know.
I mean, to the viewers at home, if you're looking, Chris Cole still really has the best hand with just a pair of 9s. Nobody else can really beat that at the moment. If he can get back, if he gets past Chris, he gets the whole pot. Nobody else is going to call.
Yeah.
J-Ma and Chris in seat 6 will most likely be folding. But as you can see, Chris Coles is thinking about this.
Yeah.
I think it kind of goes back to what happened earlier when he called and hit those trip 7s against when they both had aces.
Right. But there's action behind, though.
That is true. If
he's like closing the action.
Yeah. It's very true. Simon just jams it through. Are they going to do it again, you think? They're going to restraddle all the way like 160?
They can. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised with this group.
To 320, or, well, I guess it can't go 320. They're only playing 7-handed, and there's 3 blinds, but...
They weren't behind me, I'd have pushed Did you have a jack and a 10? That's all that matters. I had a jack. Huh? Only a jack and a queen. And probably 1200 queen. That's not 10. Yeah, I wish I had a 9. 3 live ones.
Okay, got the straddle to 40. Try to end this stream with a bang. Again, the only player, so OFC is still gonna show up in the stats. He's down about a K. I think he felt uncomfortable playing a little bit, knowing that this is definitely not his game. But I think he wanted to take a shot, and then he realized he was a little in over his head.
Yeah.
But then.
You don't mind picking up 4,000? It's running hot with top pair. I just thought, fuck it. You said 120. I said 125.
Okay, so makes it 125. Yeah. We try to get this pot squared up. We're gonna have about 500 going into this flop.
Yep. And another, once again, Chris Cole's flopping the only flush draw.
Chris Cole's having a nice little night.
Yeah, he's definitely ran well.
Oh, gets there on the turn.
But also Simon
turns
turns top set, so. And he might get this round. I mean,
yeah, Chris Cole's just folds.
folded.
Eight high flushes, so weak. I mean, if he had like Jack high straight, Queen high straight, or Queen high flush, Jack high flush, he might call peel turn. You can't feel comfortable with like an 8 high flush,
No.
multi-way. So many better flushes beat you in this spot. All right, just a few more hands. Excuse me, just a few more hands. 5, 6 hands, give or take here for this live stream. 5, 5, 10 match the stack. PLO live stream Tuesday.
They asked how much this deck was. And I was like 15, 17K. They're like, yeah, you should be like, I don't know.
All right. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, this Thursday.
1025 uncapped.
Yeah, 1025 uncapped. OFC, who jumped in for about an hour or so for the live stream. Carlos Cortez, Jay Wynn from Poker Coaching in the Lodge will be coming in. It's going to be an uncapped game. Have a nice little action-packed lineup. That's actually a really well-balanced lineup this Thursday. It's about like three pros, 5 recs. So,
Speaking of action-packed, Eddie, we have a 160 once again restraddled.
let's go. So that's 20, 40, 80. We got the quadruple straddle. I have to count on my fingers.
That's as much as you can do because I think there's 7-handed, so the 3 in the blind, so that's the furthest you can go.
These guys trying to build up a big pot before the end. You don't see this not in Texas very often.
Right.
It's not uncommon to see this. Okay, so raise from under the gun from Chris Coles.
Chris Coles with the aces. Really good hand.
Broadway cards in his hand. All the clubs are out though, looks like.
He just continues to run really well. Just flops top set of aces and once again has another hammer lock on his hand. Bingo Ben doesn't know it, but his set of deuces is way behind.
I wonder what's going to happen if a spades peels on this turn. Yep.
Well, there you go. You called it.
Yep.
That's what I figured would happen, but...
Okay.
Okay. This is where I want to... Well, let's see what really happens now.
1,500? 2K. Okay. Yeah. He's got a small bow. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if Ben calls here.
He does call. I figured he'd call. I was worried he might have raised. I didn't mean... Yeah.
Full house over full house. Bingo Ben having a tough night tonight.
Definitely, indeed.
Yeah. Now he's below 80% VPIP. So...
Well, he was away from the table too for a while.
Was it for a bit?
So that's what's skewing those stats is
right.
He was AFK for a little bit, you know.
No, that's Russian. That's not German.
Well, because the Russian exit all the way.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Like mostly, I think it's something like 80-20. Russian, German.
Yeah.
Triple straddles on again. I think it's just going to be triple straddle the whole way through. They're just going to
just knock it out.
Everybody got 7 cards?
That was when I walked out there. They said my name with intercom because there's a guy that wants to put on the stream. I'm like, dude, there's like 5 heads left in the stream.
Yeah.
No point in getting in the stream, so.
Look at this. Jermane picks up a monster hand off all these restraddles. He's got aces as well. It should be 640 to open. Oh, I guess there's one call.
You got 870.
I don't know if that's right.
Jermane.
Because you could open with 160, you could open for 640, I believe, on a pot.
Okay. I wasn't even paying attention.
Yeah. Should be 160 times 4 to pot it, opening it up.
So out of curiosity, with the stream coming to an end and you seeing it, you're stuck. Do you play more hands?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you play more hands?
I'll play more hands, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that's just nature. That's just poker in general. You know, that's why it's never a good idea to, like, when you're playing poker or playing cash, to, like, play it when you have, like, a deadline where you have to leave. Because if you're stuck and you don't want to leave stuck, that means you're forcing it, or you're psychologically going to be forcing it more than you really should. It's just more wise to just either pick up or
just get out of here.
Get out, or just obviously know that you shouldn't be trying to get even if you got to have a deadline to meet.
60% with good pull equity.
And I misspoke earlier. You can open for 560, not 640.
Okay. Jermane here, flopping top set. It's gonna. Did he bet pot? Yeah, he did bet pot.
Yeah.
Trying to deny some equity, get some hearts.
Fortunately for him, I don't think
he's getting it through. It's gonna be fold.
It will absolutely be fold. For all the aces we've seen tonight, a lot of them held up, but not many aces went down and got burned going to the river. So just the one noteworthy hand where it happened is where they both Jermane and Michael had the aces, and then Chris Coles beat him with the trip sevens. That was just probably one of the only examples of when aces did not hold up in this game.
They got about 5 hands left in the stream. These guys are invited to play post stream, I believe. I think they're going to play post stream. I don't know if they're playing another hand or not. They can play another hand if they want to.
So you prefer, like, when you're playing cash, 1-2 is good enough for you, or do you like to play more like 2-5, or?
I would rather play 2-5, but I haven't had. We don't get too many 2-5 games going here.
Yeah, but like I said, it's so ironic because they play it plays just like a 2-5.
Right.
These tables do.
And like I love playing 2-5 or TCH. I just like I'm usually working, so I don't want to like drive there, play, and then come here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of thing, you know. Like if I think so from.
Just look at how many. I mean, look at all these aces we've seen tonight. It's actually been really, very, very, very unique.
So I think I'll work like 11 days straight. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I work 13 days in a row, which is fine. It's not a big deal.
You're a workaholic, my friend.
So like if it's a day like I don't have to be in here till like 4. I may come in at like noon. I may sleep in, or I'll just play till noon. I'll come in like noon, play for like 3-4 hours.
Chris Coles once again just running really well, flopping middle set of sevens.
Gosh, both Chris's are just doing a really, really. Chris Coles and.
Yep.
Okay, I thought the other Chris was doing really well. Not that he isn't. Chris Cole's just running really hot tonight. He's probably going to want to come and play more streams in the future.
the way his night's gone.
Yeah.
I know Chris in seat 6 has not had the most luck tonight, but I'm be surprised if he continues. I don't think he's
after he just got check raised.
Yes, he absolutely got check raised. Yep.
Yeah. Hey, that's what that is thinking. He's thinking he's got some sort of combo draw, like 8-9 spades. Well, he's got the 8 spades.
Right, but
8-9 of diamonds.
he's not gonna like it if he puts it in though.
Yeah. 8-9 of diamonds with.
Yeah, I mean he could put in Chris Cole's like on an 8-9-10 with like spades. I mean like the 9-10 of spades or just there's a lot of different draws that are out there for sure. Problem is like what exactly is a good card for him on turn? Assuming he is up just against a draw, like any card can make the guy a 2-pair if he doesn't already have 2-pair. And you don't have the ace of spades in your hand, so if you caught the ace of spades, it just fills the flush anyways. Yeah, it's not a good spot. But as you can tell, he doesn't want to fold it. He's still thinking this over. Chris Cole's called it correctly. He has 1 pair of aces.
Again, just a few more hands in the stream. Yeah, like 3 or 4 hands, I guess. At the end, we'll pull up the live final stats. Cumulative win-loss, PFR, VPIPs, stack sizes. Thanks, Matt, for joining me again.
Thank you very much for having me.
Man, it was fun, dude.
500 hours, that's like 6,000. Definitely. I'd be camping already if it was.
Yeah, he would have canceled the stream.
Let's see if someone picks up with aces this time in this hand. Because if we've been seeing it seems like
somebody's gonna have at least aces or kings.
Yeah, right? It seems like every hand somebody has picked up those hands.
I wonder how many tables they have. I imagine they don't do it, but if it's in a shopping center, I don't think they'll get much bigger.
I heard the parking might be an issue, but then some people are saying it's not going to be an issue.
Well, here, I can look on the map. See where it's at.
J-Mod's he's trying to mix it up a little bit here.
Well, he just hasn't had much luck tonight. Has not been winning, and he's
Last week he had a bad week as well.
Yeah, he did. We were there to see that.
Before that, he was running super well.
Was that in like a hold'em though, or was that also in
a PLO ROE? I think with the exception of last week and this week, I don't remember the last time he lost on the stream. If I'm being 100% honest.
Yeah.
And again, that's just PLO, dude. You know that. Like the equities run thin, and
right now, I mean,
Chris,
this is a bad hand for him because he's up against top set, and he's flop top pair, and he's betting into it, and let's see what develops.
I like the just call here. It's a dry board texture.
Yep.
If it was more coordinated in terms of straight draws, flush draws, I see Chris coming in for the check raise at this point.
I'm worried that J-Mod's going to catch like an 8 or a queen on turn and be in really bad shape.
Really, really bad shape.
It could be disastrous.
And this pot, I mean, it's a pot-sized jam it's a pot-sized bet for Chris.
Yeah, and now he's picked up a flush draw with his top pair, so there is a chance that this might go in. Or
he takes over the betting lead on this turn. Kind of an unconventional line. So it's a raise. Okay, free fall was a bet 3-bet.
Yep. Oh, yeah. And then and there it goes in, and yeah, J-Mod's best chance is to catch a club.
Yeah.
I'll rephrase that. His only chance is to catch a club, and that it's not going to do it. 10's full. Yeah.
Nice little finish there for
Chris.
Chris.
say a little sugar that is kind of double of what I made.
I was gonna ask you for that twice.
Yeah, they give you like 2 or 3 ice cubes over in Europe.
So did you see anything particularly tonight that surprised you, didn't surprise you? This is a pretty competent table, so it's a tough table.
No, it's funny, like the most interesting hand I thought was definitely the hand where Michael and Jermane both had the aces, and Chris Cole came in with the
7.
The 7.
And he turned strip 7s.
And I mean, I really thought I thought Chris would go in with that hand. I thought he put them both on the hands that they had, and he knew it was a little bit of a gamble to do that, but it paid off, and just surprised about the amount of huge hands that we've seen. Like I said, lots of aces, lots of suited Broadway cards, kings double suited. But the action was good. Obviously, towards the end, the action was insane. They were straddling the 160 around, and Chris Cole's definitely going to raise it with the 8-9 Jack Queen.
Yeah, a little rundown hand, single suited to the 9 of spades, and it's not a horrible flop. It's not a horrible flop for either player. 2 pair for Chris.
It didn't really hit. Now it's a good flop or a good board for Chris because he turned a wrap with it now. So it goes from having top 2 that Chris has, and now Chris Cole's.
Yeah, 8-9 Queen Jack 7. Oh, board pairs.
And he bricks.
Yeah. Don't you hate that? Like, you turn so many outs.
Yeah.
Like,
it's called turning too many outs. You're not going to hit that.
In your head, you're thinking, oh my, there's no way. Like, depending on what you're putting the opponent on, you're like, oh, okay, cool. Like, I have like 74 outs, right?
Yeah.
And you just brick.
Yeah, that's one thing about this game. You can have double flush draws going to the river. You can have a straight draw with it, but sometimes it just comes a card that just doesn't help you.
I don't know. I can deal with the variance and hold them because most players make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
In PLO, it's just like there's just so much. The equities are so close to each other, and there's just so much more variance in PLO. And I'm just like,
It also comes down to like the intuition, the art of like knowing. Because you run into sit or reset in this game a lot more than you do in Hold'em. But so in this game, you have to be able to get away from that or know that you're in a bad spot. There's definitely plenty of times when you can have like a middle or even a bottom set and know that your opponent is playing more of like a flush draw or a straight, like some kind of wrap, and proceed. But being able to know, okay, this is my hand. What am I up against? Do they have a made hand or are they drawing? And then learning to navigate through that. And that includes 2 pairs in this game.
Did he say pot that hoe?
That's exactly what he said. It's called PTH.
Yeah. Gonna PTH this hand 78. I think that this is the second to last hand on this side. I don't see any of these players coming along based off their holdings.
Yeah, I guess Chris does fold it.
The real last hand, as Rick says. Obviously, they want to put the 160 on. So they're putting the 160 on.
Why not? You gotta go finish with the bang.
They're putting the 160 on for Jermane, who's not even here. Oh, there he goes right there.
Jermane, yeah. He did not have another. He had another rough night. Did not run too terribly well tonight. Chris Cole's absolutely did though.
I think Jermane was going to want to gamble. This is the last hand of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for tuning in and staying with us for this 5-5-10 PLO Match Stack live stream. Again, this Thursday. We're going to be taking tomorrow off.
Easy to do in Omaha. Hold it for me, it's badass to do it in Omaha.
Wait.
Okay, yep, I definitely see Simon calling here at minimum.
Yeah.
May see a call here from Jermane double suited.
Everyone's worried about when it gets potted, though.
Yeah,
and the
it's
damage
like-
doesn't.
So I have this philosophy. If I'm not gonna, like, first of all, in 1-2, I'm comparing apples to oranges in terms of the games.
Right.
I'm not gonna limp unless I'm gonna call a raise. Right. So I don't want to burn $2, $5.
Exactly.
If I don't think I'm gonna call, like if it's a hand like 7-8, it depends on the table dynamics, table configuration.
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. Right. But generally, first of all, I don't limp. I rarely limp in 1-2 or 2-5. It's just really bad. So I generally don't. Let's see here. Did I hear somebody say pot?
Well, Simon definitely flopped the nut flush draw, and I think that's who potted it, but...
He checked.
Oh, he did?
Oh, Chris
has
pots it.
Chris has the second nut flush draw with the king high, but he has what is called a wrap.
Yeah.
The underside of it, he needs a 6 to a jack. But the tricky thing is like a lot of the straight cards he would catch wouldn't necessarily give him the nuts.
Yeah. You got to be really careful about those types of holdings. If you're not drawing to the nuts, like the underside of like straights or the bottom. So board pairs.
Nobody has anything. Nobody even has a pair yet. That's
Ace high is the best right hand right now?
Ace high is absolutely the best hand right now.
Okay.
And now, funny enough, they both paired the king, but Simon will win with the kicker. He's going to win with his ace king.
Yeah, I didn't think Chris wanted to try and dump some money off there at the end.
Last hand you didn't pot it from the button. I was repotting his, man.
Yeah. Yeah, Chris flopped a good draw.
Yeah, he did.
But like I said, a lot of that draw was never going to be to a, what you call a nut hand. A lot of the straight cards he would have made would have made it lower into the straight. Obviously, the club comes, he can lose to the ace high flush draw, which was out there.
Right. So that was the last hand. Let's take a look at these final stats here as we end this stream. Chris Coles, nearly 20K. We'll see his cumulative wins in just a second. Simon finishing with about 10-5, all the way down to J-Ma and OFC. Again, OFC didn't play the last hour of the stream, so his stack size is still in play. He cashed out. I think he bought it for 3K, so he was down about... He bought it for 2,800, so he's down about 1,000. Ended up leaving. J-Ma had a rough session again today. Actually down a considerable amount. Rick down. Rick was actually up, so...
I think Rick, finished.
Yeah, Rick was up. So let's take a look at these VPIP percentages. Bingo Ben, low VPIP, 73%.
No, and he only dropped that low because he was away from the table for about a round or so, two rounds.
He was in the 80s for a good portion of the stream, but then finishing up at 73%. Chris up here, 58%, all the way down to Chris Coles, Rick, 39 and 29% respectively. Pre-flop raising percentages. And Bingo Ben and Simon were the most aggressive ones pre-flop, and everyone else was relatively, you see a lot of limp call, raise calling thing in these PLO streams.
Yeah. Plays a little different than Hold'em,
yeah,
for sure.
Definitely for sure. OC didn't do any pre-flop raising at any point. All right, the most important stat of the night.
Let's see how everyone finished up.
Cumulative wins and losses. Chris Coles, yeah. Chris Coles and Simon. Chris Coles a big winner, up about 12K. Simon 7,600. Jermane 6K. Rick up about 4K. Chris a little bit of a loss. Same thing with OFC. But the two biggest losers on the evening, Bingo Ben down over 11K and J-Ma over 16K. Rough night for both players.
Indeed.
Had some rough past couple of sessions. Again, that's a crazy thing about PLO, right?
That's the nature of the game.
I mean, nature of the game, especially as PLO. We've talked about this. So that's the cumulative wins losses for this specific stream. Again, tune in to this Thursday, 10:25 with a 25 big blind ante featuring Jay Wynn, Carlos Cortez, OFC. It's going to be a high stakes game, uncapped. Anyway, that's it for us in the booth. Everyone have a good evening, and we'll see you Thursday.
Have a good night.